Oh, thank fuck for that. What a palaver. Different glasses. Same me. It wouldn't get going. It wouldn't get going. Yeah, this laptop's so old. It's got dinosaur shit on it. How's everyone doing? How you doing, Lana? Thanks for joining us, sweetheart. Much appreciated. I couldn't find my wallet and I didn't have any vodka. I do like to have a vodka when I'm doing a live stream. I don't drink during the week, you know, so I look forward to a Friday where I can have a few, you know. I couldn't find my wallet anywhere. So I ended up, I've got a little tin full of pound coins and £2 coins. Just grabbed a big fucking heap of them and off down to the co-op I went and got the girls a little something, you know, little something for the weekend, can of beer each. Or every time I smile, these fly out my face. And I was just stood there with a massive queue behind me. One, you know, the people that we get in front of us in queues, and we're thinking, for fuck's sake, we don't say it, but we're all thinking, for fuck's sake, hold on. I've got the 27 pence as well. There's a 1. There's a 2. Is that a 2? You know, I was one of them today, counting out pound coins, and then I got back. And my wallet was on the table. And I just spent 20 minutes looking for it. You couldn't make it up. Was it a spooky wookie? Was it a ghosty woasty? Or was it just me just looking too hard and just not seeing it? You know? I even looked in my fridge. You won't believe what shit I found in my fridge from time to time. You know? It makes you wonder where our heads are at sometimes. When you find stuff in the fridge. You know, I found socks in one of my freezer drawers before. You know, it's because our heads are so full up. And yeah, we just do weird things, do daft things, put things down and just forget all about it. Hello, Michael. How you ding dang diddling? Hope you're doing all right, me out China. My wormwood seeds are right. Hold on. Let me put the noise cancelling thing on. Oh, that is better. That's better. Can't hear anything. I can't hear anything now. But I can't let them in the front room because I've hoovered all the carpet. It's a shag pile. And then I've shampooed the carpet as well. So no one's allowed in there, you know, until everything's dry. So I can't move their water bowl and I've got to just deal with it, you know. But I can still hear it. Once you've locked onto it. But it's not as bad. It's not as bad. Oh, man. Whew. Hey, have a listen to this, right? What's the name of the leader of the Who? Black dude. Absolute wanker. What's his name? Lana will know. His name. Who else we got? Hey, Devon Outdoors is in, and Mud Fossil Earth. I love that. I love that name. Mud Fossil Earth. It's such a good name. It's a very earthy name. So yeah, the guy from the Who. We'll move on to other stuff. You know, we always do. Again, I don't really. I sometimes get a little bit edgy and a little bit nervous before live streams because I'm thinking the average live stream is 3.5 to 4.5 hours long, and I do it every week. So how am I going to be able to fill 4 hours? Because I don't know anyone else that does live streams for that long, you know. But then once I get into it, I'm all right, you know. So have a listen to this. Have a listen to this. You know. All right, remember his surname, but not his first. Let's see if it says on here. Ted Ross. Right. So Tedros played a very intricate part into the scamdemic, right? Into COVID. Would you all agree with that? I don't think anyone can disagree with that. But now, have a listen to this. So have a listen to this, just whilst I'm going to get a few bits and bobs together, and then I'll sit down and we'll carry on. Okay, but just have a listen to this.
WHO did not impose anything on anyone during the COVID-19 pandemic. Not lockdowns, not mask mandates, not vaccine mandates. We don't have the power to do that. We don't want it, and we're not trying to get it. Our job is to support governments with evidence-based guidance, advice, and when needed, supplies to help them protect their people.
With respect, my question to you is the recognition of Palestine by Western powers.
Right, this is a separate video. So he's basically denying that they had anything to do with any mandates, any coercion, nothing. He's completely denying. You know, these people are so delusional and psychopathic that they don't realise that we've all got videos and footage and, you know, archived stuff that is to the contrary of what he's just said. You know, this is how fucked in the head these people are. They forget that we remember all this shit, or maybe they're just counting on all the people out there that have forgotten, because there were a lot of people that woke up in 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. A lot of people woke up, but because everything on the surface is starting to look quite normal now, they've all just gone back to sleep. When if ever there was a time that they needed to be wide awake and ready, it's now. So yeah, just blatant denial of the WHO's involvement in all of this madness. Maybe preparing and setting themselves up for their influence and their their push coming up. You know, because the whole Pegasus. Don't forget Pegasus. You know, the guy needs a black eye. You know, anyone want a black eye? Want a black eye? Anyone want a black? Do you want a black eye? Anyone want a black eye? Anyone? There you go. Oh dear. Anyone fancy a screw? Ladies, fancy a screw? There you go. That I've run out of props now. I've got nothing left. Oh dear. The pensioners who just stop at the top of escalators, gotta love them. Yeah, I usually just kind of just squeeze by them, say, "Excuse me, love," you know, can I just get by you? Because everyone's got their pace that they walk at, that they move at generally through life. You know, mine's quite quick. You know, I like to get from A to B as quick as possible. I like to get what I need to get done as quick as possible. You know, in the most efficient way possible. And when people get in my way, it does irritate me a little bit. But again, I just have to remind myself that everyone doesn't go at the same pace as me. It's just as simple as that. But when they're counting out, you know, did I remember the dog bowls? The dog bowls from what? Jordan, am I right? Remind me. JS Devon Outdoors. I think I'm right with that. I can't remember. I'm just shit with names, so I do apologise. It's something I've had all my life. I forget certain words as well, even though I've got a half decent vocabulary, you know. I just sometimes forget. I just forget certain words. They just won't come to me. Yeah, tell me what you mean about the dog bowls, brother, just to jog my brain. Oh, look at everyone saying hello to each other. I love that. Roger Daltrey, The Who. Yeah. Do you know what? I think they were part of all this as well, you know. Roger Daltrey, you know, which is a shame because they had their own thing going, you know. The mods loved The Who, you know. Pinball Wizard, you know. You get some mushrooms down, yeah? No, don't do that, folks. Be responsible. I've got to be responsible. Don't do that. Get some mushrooms down, yeah? And then watch Pinball Wizard. You're like, oh. For about an hour and a half, and then go, whew, that was, I've stuck. Oh my God, all there was just the frame. I was just looking at me, just stuck. The frame just stuck like that. Where are we? Beat you to it, Lorna. All right, yeah, Daltrey. Oh, yeah, Roger Daltrey. Yeah. Sorry, you know, I'm just getting into the swing of things. It was a bit of a mad lead up to this, and then the fucking computer wouldn't work. So, but yeah, just the guys, they're all Looney Tunes, all of them. Churbressless or something. I can't remember. They will hit us when we're not ready. But that's the thing about preppers. We're always ready, you know. It's like our heads are on a swivel, you know. And a lot of people, they'll just kind of they'll have a little bit of a kind of a dive, a little bit of a dive down a rabbit hole, and then they'll leave it for the rest of the day. And then the following day, they might just have a day off. And then the following day, they might go down a couple of rabbit holes, you know. And then there are some of us that just go down rabbit hole after rabbit hole after rabbit hole after rabbit hole. From the moment we wake up to the moment we go to sleep, we're constantly on the go, you know, looking at this and it's on our phones mainly and tablets, anything that's portable, headphones on, and just listening to podcasts and just learning and taking more and more information in on a daily basis. So, and I think that would count for the vast majority of us, I reckon. So we might not know what's coming, but we always know that something's coming, and it's probably going to come out of nowhere. So because of that, we won't really be that surprised. We'll still be a little bit surprised, you know. We're human, but we won't be as surprised as our neighbours, for example. You know, the average Joe Bloggs out there, they're going to get caught right off guard. Can you just tell me if there's any crackling or anything like that? If you can hear me, okay? I'm not jerking around to screen. Cool. We had this is back in the days of breakdance. You know, we used to have a breakdance crew, and mine was electro body popping. I was good. I can't do it now, you know. But it was, and it was just kind of my whole body, and then I'd go right down like I was wobbling and back into jolting around like someone was shooting 10,000 volts through me. But yeah, we had a good crew, really good crew, good old days. Did not even take the jab himself. No, we didn't, Lana. No. But then very, very few of these leaders did. They were all fake, just fake, you know. Look, I'm doing it. You should do it. I'm saving my granny. You should save yours. You know, absolute bastards. Hello, Ray. You're right, darling. In the buff. I'm not in the buff yet, but get a few of these down me with the right amount of encouragement. Who knows? putting the bowls in separate room, but you answered as I commented. Ah, right, gotcha. Yeah, I would normally put the bowl in the front room now, and I can't hear them then. But because I've hoovered and shampooed the floor, the floor everything needs to dry out in there, so it's a no-go zone. So I've just got to, yeah, just bear with me, you know. Where are we? Audio is good. Anyone who clapped their pots for the NHS are whack. Whack. You don't hear that word very often. You's a whack. You are whack, man. The first week, right? Me and Sal did bang our pots and pans, but I do remember it not feeling right. And it was kind of, that was around the time when I had this massive download lying in bed next to Sal, this massive download of information. And yeah, that was the last time I started banging any pots and pans. And that was when I started to realize and truly understand the full gravity of what was actually happening, you know, as I'm sure something similar happened to all you guys. You know, it was when they say an awakening, I mean, it was like being hit by a freight train, just, you know, massive, like an uncomfortable upgrade for your brain, for your mind, for your soul. Everything was affected. Had one freezer left open and a fridge freezer stopped working this week. I didn't prep for that. Oh man, that's a bastard. Someone, I probably won't be able to find it now, but I saw a meme. I think it might have been on, there's a YouTuber, something productions. He's not bad. He's all right, you know. And it was just a meme. It wasn't a video or anything. It just said, and it was just basically a fridge, a late 1970s fridge. If it was to be able to talk, it would be something. It was something in regards to being in competition with a modern day fridge. It was like, I will outlast you. I will outlast your family. I will outlast your bloodline. You know, because back then things were made to last. Everything now is made to last maybe a couple of years, you know, which is why I pay about, I think it's about £17 a month or something, and that covers my fridge freezer, my washer and my tumble dryer through domestic in general. You know, if you can afford £17 a month to cover the three most important pieces of equipment that you've got in your home, I would recommend it, you know, because, you know, I mean, my tumble dryer, yeah, it's like Trigger's broom, you know. I think the only original part on that tumble dryer now is the fucking shell. Everything else has been replaced over the years. It's about 20 years old now, but nothing's built to last, you know. But yeah, Jordan, if I remember your name right as being Jordan, have a look on Facebook Marketplace or something like that. You know, people have like, Frank, what? Should we get one of them really, really big fuck off American-sized fridges with the ice dispenser and the beer dispenser? You can get a buffalo into the freezer. How much are they? About £1,000. No, we're fucking having one. So they get rid of their fridge, right, for something a bit posher. Smeg. Who thought of that? You know, who thought, right, we've got this very stylish Americanized looking fridge that does stand out from the rest on the market, you know. So we need to start up a company. What should we call our company? How about Smeg? Short for smegma. Oh God, I'm so sorry. We're only 26 minutes in. 20 minutes in, getting gross already. Where are we? Yeah, so have a look around, Jordan. You know, people are selling freezers, and like I said, if you can afford a spare countertop freezer, get one of them in as well. Where are we? Getter. Isn't that a sing? Was that a song? A singer? But you need a fridge freezer during the summer, mate. Yes. No. Get them off, Lo. I fucking will. I will, Ray. I will. You'll have to overlook my extremely extensive scar. I can't get a 6-pack because of my scar. So I've got I'm working on a 9-pack where a couple of the packs are like separated. I just saw these people as the weak ones. No offense. No, there's no offense taken, mate. I think we all agree with you. I think there would have been a lot of people out there that are wide awake now. Wide awake. But for the first maybe couple of weeks, maybe even a month, couple of months even, maybe sensed in their gut that something wasn't right, and then they realised what was happening. So yeah, there were a lot of. I get where you're coming from, but I think those people back then that were doing those things that we would consider to be weak. And again, for the first week, I was one of them. So was it on a Thursday, something like that? And we're looking out the window, the bedroom window, front bedroom window, when we used to sleep in the front bedroom window. And all of the neighbours, everyone, ding, 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 ding. Not realising that whilst we were doing that, you know, because I was never locked down. I went out and carried on living my life as normal. No one was telling me I had to stay indoors. Fuck that, right? So I was never locked down, but I did do the pots and pans thing for 1 week, right? Not knowing that the people that we were banging our pots and pans for, at the same time, were practicing dance routines for TikTok. Yeah. But yeah, Mud Fossil. Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I think we're all now at that stage now where we are getting frustrated with people because it's been 5 years. So, but people are still waking up. Even now, 5 years, it's still happening on a daily basis, a minute by minute basis. So it is happening. Where are we? It was like the fabric of reality ripped. Yeah, it did. Yeah. It was like being reborn, and birth is painful. That was painful because a lot of other things happened. A lot of other things happened around the same time. Sally getting diagnosed, me having to put my best friend down, you know, Sky in my arms, feeling her being quite tense, and then just her body just going limp and dying in my arms, and then having this massive download is very, very impactful. Very. But I'm sure we've all got our own version of events of what happened back then to you too as well. You know, it was tough going to realise what was happening. It was absolute madness, and we'll never forget. A wee tip is to get a hairspray lid or something similar, half filled with water and freeze, then sit a coin on top of the ice inside. If you have a long overnight power cut or have been away, you can tell if it has defrosted and refrozen. That's interesting. Yeah, that's quite interesting, Lana. I'm assuming you've done that, you know. You've got incredible logic, you know, I like that. Cause coin will be inside ice or on the bottom. Yeah, that's a really, really good point. Yeah, very interesting little experiment there. Mud fossil. That was exactly it. You could sense it in your soul. It was wrong, and that's another thing I agree with. Mud fossil in our soul. It was a very, very deep feeling. You know, whether that was our gut, and our heart, because you've got neurons around your heart as well. 500 million neurons around your gut. X amount of billion of neurons in your brain. So when your brain, your heart, and your gut all line up, yeah, I think your soul. Yeah, I think that's quite apt. I would agree with that. Great tip, Lana. Yeah, give it a go. Give it a go. I've got so many scars, so that's no problem. I've had that many operations. I bet they kind of fashioned the actual game based on you, Ray. You know, when you've got the little tweezers. Oh, fuck. You'll go. Fuck. I bet they were practicing on you. I bet you on your first operation. And they thought, I've got a great, one of the surgeons thought, I've got a fucking great idea, you know, that I might be able to sell to Mattel. All based on you, Ray. You changed the world. I've got a bone marrow disease, which is in remission. Well, I'm glad it's in remission. You know, I don't even know what a bone marrow disease feels like, or, you know, what sort of symptoms you'd have or anything like that, because I've never met anyone that's had a bone marrow disease. And bone marrow is quite, you know, I mean, it's inside your bone. I mean, how the fuck do you get to it? How do you treat it? You know? But I'm glad you're in remission, because you know, we all need to be as healthy as we possibly can, physically and especially mentally. You know, so going back like 4.5 years, right at the start of this channel, and I was saying that 90% of prepping is mental. I don't think anyone truly grasped the real gravity of what I was saying back then, but I think people are now, you know, because it really is. Of prepping is mindset, you know, strength of mind. I was lucky enough to get a bone MS. What's a bone MS? I mean, do they kind of drill a marrow transplant? Oh, I do feel quite nauseous now, you know, because I've got a very vivid imagination. Yeah, that sounds very, very painful. Very painful. Yeah, I've had a few operations, both for cancer. With the two main ones, both for cancer. But I had an operation on my leg. I had something called compartment syndrome. So yeah, I've had a syndrome, but I've never had the Messiah syndrome. I've never had I need a hero syndrome, which is what a lot of people in this country and across the West, across the world have got. You know, people that are shouting, "Oh, Tommy Robinson, I need a hero." You know, or people looking for people. So, for example, right? Get this. Hold on. Not to hear it's in remission. Yeah, I want to live lifetime the full now. I want to go crazy. Go crazy. Go crazy. You know, you're going to get one shot at life. Make the most of it. Try not to create any regrets along the way, you know? So the system, right? So Tory, Labour, it's always been red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. The other ones were just insignificant. The Green Party, the Lib Dems, they've always been insignificant, right? It's always been red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. Just like America, red, blue, and I'll get onto that as well. Red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, to give you the illusion of choice. But because people are starting to wake up en masse, right? And they are, believe it or not, they are. A lot of them nowhere near where we are, you know, but it's a start, right? That could excel and accelerate really, really fast in some people and just be a really, really slow trickle in others. And so I think that they've realised that we're quite, you know, right, hold on, why is it blue, red, blue, red, blue, red all the time, right? And then reform was born, right? If they want a hero, we shall give them one. And that's reform. It's a fake party. I've been saying it from the start. So you basically, right. So you've got this complete cunt. Yeah. You can choose him. Or you've got this complete cunt. You can choose him or her. Take your pick. It should never, ever be like that. It should never be a choice of two cunts. You know? Well, that is our present day democracy. So what they did was they started off reform to give people, and it's like, oh, hold on, they're saying what we're thinking. We're like these ones now. These could be our heroes, our hero, you know? And it's the same in America. It's the same in America, right? People are waking up there as well. Blue, red, blue, red, blue, red. You know, got either this complete and total fucking pond scum, false fat bastard, right? Or this complete crawled out of a rock, slimy, greasy, dirty, filthy, corrupted bastard. Take your pick. That's democracy. So along comes Elon Musk, you know, I'll start my own party. You know, it's just the exact same principle, right, with Musk, with his new party that he's trying to get off the ground, right? Because eventually people are going to hate Trump. They are, right? So he's got a new party waiting in the wings because he's got likability, even though we can see straight through him. See, one of the problems is with the early part of the last century, or kind of early to middle part of the last century, there was futurism and technocracy. The fundamental beginnings of technocracy started quite a few decades back, and that's where we are now, right? Now, Elon Musk's dad was one of the architects of technocracy. You know, so he grew up with all that. You know, on top of the fact that he's got Asperger's, so he's on the spectrum. So he would have locked onto certain aspects of that and watching his dad, because dads are usually the main role model for their sons, the same as mums are usually the main role model for their daughters. So he knows exactly what he's doing. So you've got another fake party coming up. You know, Trump and Musk didn't fall out. It's a fucking circus. You know, we need to be paying attention to the WHO and the World Economic Forum. You know, that's what we need to be doing. Where are we? Mud fossil. I was diagnosed with MND, but doctors got it wrong. Worst 6 months of my life. What did it turn out to be? What did it turn out to be, Mud Fossil? Because I've got no idea what MND is. My head's full of abbreviations. To get full up, my head's full of abbreviations, so I forget what abbreviations, what certain abbreviations mean. I'm sure it'll be dead obvious to me when you tell me, but I'd be interested. Yeah. So the World Economic Forum, the WHO, and the UN. Yeah, got to keep an eye on all three of them, because that, pretty much the vast majority of what's happening in the world around us at the moment is all for distraction. It's like, look over here, don't look over there. You know, this is why we've got to keep our heads on a swivel. Misdiagnosis. Hold on. Wow, misdiagnosis like that would have been awful. Sorry that happened to you. I was misdiagnosed 4 times before they realised what this was. That they didn't realise it was cancer. So I went in for, I got diagnosed as diverticulitis, right, which it wasn't. Then I got diagnosed with pancreatitis, because this was, the flare up was around, it was around my pancreas. But what was wrong was going on behind my pancreas, in between my pancreas and my spine. Then I was diagnosed with a mucinous cyst, whatever that is. Then there was something else. Then it wasn't until, so I kept on going back, because it was 7.5 centimeters in diameter. I kept on going back every month for either an X-ray, a CT scan, or an MRI scan every month. And it was getting smaller and smaller and smaller. That's what they were hoping for. And eventually they were just hoping that the body would just absorb it and just get rid of it, you know, because our bodies are amazing for that, you know. And it got down to 4.5 centimeters, and it wouldn't get any smaller. And then they just said, look, we need to get this out of you. We've got to get it out of you. We don't know what it is, you know. So it wasn't until I went through like the major op, they cut me in half. I mean, I'm not going to show you my belly, you know. Although I bet you'd like to see it when you're ready. Hey, OnlyFans, join me OnlyFans. So my scar goes from about there to there, so almost right across, and then I did there to there. Hold on. It's there to there, there to there, and then I had a drain there. It wasn't until they sent off this thing and then put it under a microscope that they realised that it was malignant cancer, secondary cancer to testicular cancer, secondary cancer, over 2 decades later. You know, this is why I am trying to be more health conscious now. Because if it comes back again, I don't want to. Anytime in an NHS hospital, if I can get away with it, I certainly won't have chemo. But that's just me. Where are we? Most of our lot are Fabian Society members. Yes, they are. Again, you know, people, anyone that's not heard of the Fabian Society, please look into it, you know, because it's not good. It's not good. These people imagine, because like, I was a big Bond fan, right, up until the last one. I've not seen the end. It's the only Bond film I've not seen the end of. I thought 007 of being a black lesbian, fuck that. You know, fuck that. I'm not watching any more of this shit. You know, go woke, go broke, fuck off. But every single James Bond film has been a Bond villain, right? The Fabian Society is a collective of Bond villains. You know, secretly plotting shit behind closed doors. They hold a lot of control. They really do. It's mad. Motor neuron disease. Oh right, yeah, I have heard of that. I thought I might get it once you'd said it, mate. That's not good. That's horrific. But at least you finally got diagnosed. But it's shit that you got, you know, months and months and months of being misdiagnosed, so therefore not being treated for it. You know. So we've both just given examples of misdiagnoses where we've paid a bit of a price for. Shit, I was diagnosed with DI, the same as F. Oh, are you trying to fuck my head up tonight, Ray? Because it's working. Same thing as you. I've had chronic bowel disease, same as you. Please, can I email you? Are you saying, who do you want to email, Ray? Me or Mud Fossil? Let me know. My dog Chester says hi. Hello, Chester. Ruff, 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 ruff. I haven't lost my shit. It's just that I know that his dog would have responded to that. What sort of dog you got me, oh China? I love all dogs. Politicians are like watching magicians. Keep watching the right hand. Don't look at the left. Just keep watching the right hand while giving the middle finger with the left. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, Lana's got a beautiful little dog called Floyd. Yeah, I'd be very, very surprised if we've got any politicians now that aren't bought. Any. This is why I'm saying we're not going to vote our way out of this madness. And if anyone thinks that we are, then you're on very, very naive. It's not happening. There won't be another general election. There won't be. There's going to be a complete and total reset, but it's going to be done by us, by the public, you know, because people will have had enough by then. And I think these digital IDs are just going to piss people off even more. And the online safety bill, so they've now got a dedicated police force just policing people like me, people like you, you know, that they're kind of looking for people that would call the people in these hotels cockroaches, which is what they are, cockroaches. I don't think all of them are, but again, you know, there's no way to be sure because they're all unvetted. So send them all back just to be sure. So yeah, this dedicated police force, you know, if you're watching this, which you probably won't, you know, or you're watching a rerun in 6 months' time, go fuck yourself. Well said, Jordan. You mate. Love you, lol. Border collie. Oh, border collies, mad as a box of fucking frogs. They are. They're so intelligent that they need constant stimulation, you know. And they've always got this really wild look in their face. You know, they're like, "Where's the ball? Where's the ball? Where's the ball?" Like I always feel quite on edge around border collies because they're just, yeah. But I think it's a border collie that holds the record for knowing the most amount of commands, right? And then you add on top of the verbal commands, recognizing different whistles, and then on top of the commands, the verbal commands and the whistles, recognizing hand signs and cues. Incredible, right? Let me tell you what the record is, just to blow your mind a little bit in case you didn't already know. I don't usually fuck about with my phone. I don't like messing around with my phone, but while we're just talking about dogs, before we move on to anything else, because we all love dogs, you know. What is the world record for the most amount of commands understood by a dog? God, that was long-winded. Okay, now. Most amount of commands understood by a dog. Border collies, I'm telling you, mate, they are so intelligent. So they need constant stimulation. I would never recommend something, because you've got to have a dog that suits your life and your lifestyle. If you pick a dog that doesn't suit your life and your lifestyle, then that dog's never going to be fully happy. And that should be your main objective. Right. So while there isn't a universally agreed upon maximum, some dogs, particularly those of highly intelligent breeds like border collies, can learn and understand hundreds of words and commands. A study found the average dog understands around 89 words. That's the average dog. 89 words. With some understanding over 200. This is where it gets interesting. One dog, a border collie, named Chaser, is famously known for understanding over 1,000 words. 1,000 words. Knowing, you see, you're never going to get a border collie that's going to be thinking, hold on, let me just get the Oxford Dictionary out, because I'd like to know the definition of that word. They just have an instant association with that word. They know what that word means. So get your green ball, get your red ball. Stop shagging my leg, stuff like that, you know. Incredible dogs, incredible. The ID card has to be a red line that shouldn't be crossed. I agree, Michael, and I do think that'll push a lot of people over the edge, especially when they start to realise that everything's all there, you know, on the phones, and they can't do anything without it. And then especially when they turn around and say, hold on, you called Keir Starmer a cunt, right? You can't have any more beef this month. And so many people will recall conversations that they've had with people like you, which will then automatically give you the validity that you've always had. You know, like I said, it all goes in. It all goes in. It just, sometimes it can take months, maybe even years, for them to start to see things coming, you know, happening, and then start and put things together in their head, and they'll remember stuff that you've said to them, you know. Lana's been working on a drawing of a border collie this week. You'll have to send me you know, pictures of how you're getting on, Lana, because Lana's an incredible artist. I mean, so lifelike. You know, the leopards that I've seen her draw, so lifelike, just ridiculously lifelike, look like photographs. Very, very talented. He's a maniac, but he's great at so many tricks. Yeah, they are, and they love learning tricks as well. You know, the more tricks you teach them, you know, border collies are so intelligent. That it's like, oh, I've done that trick before, I've done that one before, I want another one, give me a different one, you know. Incredible. I love them. Hello, Andre, how you doing, Mio China? Hope you're doing well, brother. How can I email you, Mr. T? Plus my painting my England is nearly complete. I'd love to see that. I love to see other people's art, you know. Like I said, I'm qualified to teach it. I'm just not at Lana's level, nowhere near. My email address, maybe Lana or Michael could just put it into the chat, or I can tell you, and if you want to write it down, let me know if you've got a pen. I will get email for you. 2 seconds. Oh, Lana's already on it. Oh, she's already there. Look, you see, everyone's ahead of me. I'm behind everything. On everything. I live in countryside, and he thinks all the fields are his. Lol. Yeah, well, they do. where my caravan is, the guy who owns all of he's a lamb farmer, you know. And I have said to him, I did say to him a couple of years ago, look, you know, the price of food is going to go up and up and up and up and up, you know, and people are going to start driving out into the countryside in the middle of night, and you know, with a transit van or something, and they're going to start taking your livestock and anyone else that's farming animals that, you know, for meat. And he looks at me like I was some sort of absolute fucking nut job. But that sort of thing's happening now. People are going out to the countryside and just taking sheep out in fields. Some of them are even butchering them on site before they're taken back. But anyway, yeah, I mean, where the caravan is, that's, you know, on one side of the road, belongs to the farm, and then the farmhouse and the campsite is on the other side of the road, and then beyond that are the fields where I've seen him with his he got 2 border collies, just rounding up sheep, like a complete natural, you know, incredible. Where are we? I live in the countryside. Did you get that, Ray? I live in, right, yeah. Lost our dog on the 15th of June, Collie Cross Hunt away, New Zealand sheepdog, 15 years. Oh, I'm so sorry, mate. I know it feels to lose a dog, you know, it's like losing family. It is like losing it's different. Your connection to different beings, you know, whether that's your, you know, the loss of an auntie is going to be different to the loss of a mum. The loss of a mum's going to be different to the loss of a dad. The loss of a parent's going to be different to the loss of a spouse. The loss of a spouse is going to be slightly different to the loss of a child. The loss of a dog's going to be different. It's all impactful grief, you know, and you miss the coming home and the greeting and all of the little things you just maybe from time to time just took for granted. You miss all of that. So Zephyr was to fill the hole, you know, the void that Sky left behind, because we had to have her put down. She was incurable. So yeah, you know, I sending much love out to you, brother, and I feel your pain. Andre, my old man was a shepherd. Oh, I love that. It's just, you know, these are ancient arts. Ancient. Yeah, all dogs are amazing. Hey, Penny, you all right, darling? Glad you could join us. Good to see you, man. My old friend. Hope you're all right. Hope you're having a good night. I will send drawing to your Twitter just now. Thank you, Lana. I can't help. I'm sorry, I can't help it, but I just want to have a quick look just to see it. And Lana, just give me a thumbs up if you're okay if I share it with the rest of our little tribe, because credit where credit's due. Where is it? It's not on here. Or have you sent it via email? Oh, right. Okay, Lana. Okay. Computer says slow. Also very sorry for your loss. Yeah. It does. Thanks again, Michael, for putting that up there again. If you go into the description box, it's got the description box of any of the videos. If you go into or click on more, you know, and it'll show you my email address, and it'll also show you my Twitter handle. So if you want to follow me on Twitter, formerly known as Twitter, now called X, I post on there quite a lot, and then I repost a lot of stuff on there. Most of the stuff in the post sections from X, you know. Again, I post about 5, 6, sometimes 7 times a day in the post section. You know, it's all important stuff, but I do think it's not being pushed. It's not being pushed. I'm definitely being shadow banned in the post section. Let me see if I can find that picture. No, it's still loading. Where are we? Dogs are angels. They are. A lot of people have said that they believe dogs are angels. You can be having the shittest day, and they'll come up to you. You know, if you're upset, if you're down, if you're low, they sense it. They know you just as well as you know them, maybe more, because they've got no clutter in their minds. They're not cluttered up with, you know, they don't give a fuck about Klaus Schwab. They couldn't give a shit. You know, the only thing that matters to them is you. You know, and they live in the moment as well. We could do with taking a leaf out of their book. Again, the future's not written. We don't live in the future. The future doesn't exist, and the past is the past. The past's gone. You know, the past doesn't exist. So we really do need to try and, I know this is very difficult for many of us, but we need to try and spend as little time in the past as possible, because the past is full of happy memories, you know, good memories, good old days. But it's also full of regret and grief and sadness, you know. So just learn from it and learn to live in the moment with your dog, if you've got a dog, or a cat, you know, or a rat, whatever you got, whatever you keeps you company, because I love rats as well. Just what that, yeah, and dog spelt backwards is God, you know. So interesting. Where are we? It's transferring. We'll let you know when it's finished. Thank you, Lana. Going to Manchester on the train tomorrow. I'm glad you're still going, Annie. I am. You know, I felt really bad because I said that I'd come with you, but it's the car and the girls, and you know. But I'm pretty sure that you will definitely be on a lot of these citizen journalist and auditor videos. So you'll be all over the internet, you know. Give it a couple of days, I'll be like, Annie, can I come round and get your autograph? Because you're fucking famous, lass. You know, you're the new Britain First pin-up girl. You know, yeah, come round. You can have me autograph. You can have me autograph. Tenner. Oh, come on, Annie. You know, mates rates, £5. All right, done. Because in 20 years' time, that'd be worth £6. You know. But I'm glad you're going. Need chance. We do have quite a significant amount of Scottish people in our little tribe, and I love that. If you love dogs, I think that makes you a good person. All animals. I agree. No, I'm not kidding, Annie. I know what you're like. I've been to plenty of marches with you now. I know what you're like. You know, I'm like, where the fuck's Annie gone? You know, you're not hard to spot. She's not hard to spot, guys. Believe me, she is not hard to spot, right? So I'm like, wait, she was here a minute ago, and she's off talking to an auditor or a citizen journalist, because she follows all of their YouTube channels, and she's blah, 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 blah. on to the next one. Blah, 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 blah. You know, she's a little social butterfly at all these marches, you know. It's lovely to see. Yeah, a social butterfly. See, I said that. I didn't even know she'd put that there. But she loves it. She loves it. She really does. And so do I. So do I. But it would have just been a, yeah. One thing I wanted to mention, because I have written it down, because again, this is predominantly a prepping channel, you know, but on a Friday night, we just have a few drinks and have a bit of a crack, you know, and talk about some dark stuff, talk about some light stuff, everything in between, and try and find some balance so that no one goes to bed feeling low. You know, unlike a lot of these other channels out there, it's quite hard hitting shit. And it's like, thanks to you all for watching. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and yeah, I know you're going to have nightmares for the rest of your night, but I'll see you in the next video. You know, that's what it feels like sometimes with some of these channels, but we're not like that. We try and have a bit of a laugh. We try and keep it like that, you know. And I think so far, from the start of the live streams, which was just after, was it New Year's Eve? Was it? I think it was New Year's Day. I think that was the first ever live stream. I think, I can't remember now. But I do think we do manage to strike a really nice balance, and we've got a nice little community as well. We've got new people that kind of pop in and then pop out again. But generally we see the same faces most of the time, and it's a lovely community. You know, we've built something really beautiful here, and a wealth of knowledge between us. So right, so I've got I know for a fact I've definitely got supplements that I've made that are definitely working, right? So I've got something that gets heavy metals out of your body, which is important. I've got something that gets parasites out of your body. I'm coming up with an even better one. All of my wormwood seeds have germinated, all of them. It's like a little, Michael would like it because he does microgreens, you know. He's very good at it. So it's almost looking like a gangly little microgreens thing. And wormwood is an important, very important plant, very important. And I found out, I did a bit more research, and it's a perennial as well. So you can plant it in your garden in our hemisphere, and it will grow back. It stores all of its life in the roots, and then comes back to life the following day, the following spring. So it's a very important plant, wormwood. So I've got something for parasites, which are a major cause of most cancers, in my opinion, right? So I've got supplements for them, right? And I'm going to be upping my game when the wormwood's finished growing. And Michael pointed out that the powerful triple, the ultimate triple, which is cloves, wormwood, and black walnut, green husks, those three together, and in a proper parasite cleanse, right? The eggs, the larvae, the adults wiped out, and you will feel the benefits of that. But Michael pointed out that you can't just take those three together every day forever. It's got to be intermittent. So you know, maybe kind of do it for 3-4 days, maybe 5 days tops, then leave it for a couple of months, and then do the same again. So anyway, I'm going right off. Let me just catch up, so I don't want to get behind. It's reassuring to be among patriots. It is. You're not going to be I know, because I've been on a few marches with you now, Annie, you know, and you don't feel alone. You feel like you're surrounded by people that you could just literally go up to anyone and give them a hug. You know, it's that sort of environment. Again, this is almost like World War II and post World War II, where people are coming together because they can see a common threat and a common problem. So we're unifying, you know, and it's happening all over the country. It's happening all over the world, you know. But it is nice to be around people that they might not know what we know in regards to the broad, in the broader sense, in regards to what's happening with the UN, with the WEF, with the WHO, you know, and the devious little tricks that our government's getting up to, and not letting loads of people know we have to go looking for it. You know, they might not know all of that, but they have got concerns, and they do know that we are under attack. You know, so it's nice. I think it's finished transferring. Right, let's have a look. Let's say a butcher's hook. Something's come through, Anna, Lana. Wow. Right, you see that showing you with this on my phone, it's not going to do it any justice. You know, this is Lana's drawing of a border collie. I've got something on the screen there. Zoomed in a little. Oh, those eyes. Right, so mud fossil. Let me turn this. Why is it so glary? Right, you can't see anything now. From an angle. There, look at that. Yeah, it just doesn't do any justice. Look at that. You know? Just incredible, incredible. And the leopards as well. The leopards just so very, very talented artist. Where are we? Terry, you mentioned your wormwood seeds earlier. They're doing well then. Yeah, they are, Michael. Yeah, they look a little bit pathetic. They're all stalk and very little leaves. I need those leaves to get a bit bigger because they're the solar panels, you know. But they are looking really, really good, and I will be planting some of them in the garden and hoping that they'll come back year after year. I'm going to be getting some extra pots in so that they'll come back in pots as well, because it's a very, very important plant to grow. Very important. The walnut husk, that's quite difficult to forage, you know. And I don't know anyone that's got a black walnut tree in their garden, you know. But still, you know, it all helps. It all helps. I know, but that's what I mean. If that's not finished, you know, if that drawing's not finished and it looks like that, you know, so you'll be adding all the fine details to it now. That's your next mission, I presume. So just incredible. You're so talented, Lana, you know, you really are. one of the best like life artists that I've ever seen. You know, very, very, very professional. And you get the eyes just right. It's just the eyes. You've got to get the eyes right because that's the focal point of any still life drawing of anything that's alive. It's still the focal point, just like it is in real life. You know, when you're talking, you know, if you're talking to someone in the street, you're not staring at the tits. Well, some people do. I think a lot of blokes do. You know, I'm sure there's plenty of women that have gone, hello, I'm here. You know, my eyes aren't down there, they're here. And the bloke's just thinking, well, why did you have to wear a fucking push-up bra? It's put me off. Where are we? I miss my family. My dad passed and my mum's in care. Just try and look for those silver linings, Ray, because they are there. They are there. I don't think there's anyone, or very, very few people, you know, that are kind of hovering around the age of 50 that have still got two surviving parents. It's not that common, not really. You know, the 6 of us, I'm the second oldest, and I'm the only one that's still got a surviving parent. You know, my dad. And I try and make sure that I spend every single Wednesday with him. You know, I spend more time with him now than I have done since I was 7, when my mum and dad got divorced. So we're making up for it. But yeah, just try and get to see your mum as often as you can, and try and do it like this. So you've got some sort of Skype system going on, you know, or FaceTime, so she can see your face. My dog has been said he could be a model because he's so gorgeous. Yeah, I think if dogs realize just how beautiful they are, you know, I mean, you see Afghan hounds. I don't want to talk about Afghan. Right at the top of the list of kind of the highest likelihood of becoming a rapist, an Afghan, and the sending them over here in the droves. Fucking hell. And this leak, right, which is their excuse for bringing these Afghans over, because a lot of Afghans did work with the American army and the British army in Afghanistan, right, against the Taliban. And the Taliban was set up, but oh my God, you know. Anyway, so our government turned around and said, look, there was something leaked, and the whole, you know, all of these thousands of people, 2,000 plus people, are now in danger because it's been leaked that they helped us and blah, 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 blah. That leak only leaked about 6 names, you know. Whenever your government tells you anything, take it with a pinch of salt or don't take it at all, because they are full of shit. I need purpose. I have my bubble fur baby. That's all you need. But she is not talkative, lol. They might not talk back, you know, but you can still, because I live on my own, you know, and you know, I've got a few people that I can call or talk to or have around or go around to. But for the most part, I do prefer my own company. I'm a loner by nature, you know. I don't mind being on my own. But I'll have full blown fucking conversations with these two, you know. I don't go into like quantum physics or, you know, shit like that. But I do talk to them, and just just talking to your dog, even though your dog probably hasn't got a fucking clue what you're talking about. The fact that you're still talking, you're still verbalizing your thoughts, you're still getting it out, you know, it still helps. Believe it or not, it still helps. Where are we? But you have got purpose, Ray. But that'll become more and more apparent to you as you move along this crazy journey that we're all on. What's your view about Twiglets? Just had a go on Jacob's bites. Not bad. Twiglets are a funny one for me because I quite like Twiglets, but I can't stand Marmite, and apparently the taste is identical. I disagree. But I only really eat them at Christmas. I won't buy them in. Loads of compliments there on Lana's. Lost my mum at 2 and then dad at 42. Look at that. So 40 years, you know. I do feel quite lucky. I'm sure some of you guys should feel quite lucky too if you've still got a surviving parent. My only brother lost both his mum and his dad by the time he was, bloody hell, he was very young, double figures early. My stepson lost his dad 8 years ago, and then his mum Sally 3 years ago. So and he's only in his mid-30s. So it's too young to lose both your parents. So I do feel, but it makes you not take people for granted as much. We shouldn't take anyone for granted. Anyone. Especially those that are closest to you. You should savour every moment that you spend with them. My dad died in 1997, mum in 2013, and brother in 2014. I'm officially Orphan Annie. Oh, do you think that was what you were named? Weren't you named after Annie, the orphan Annie? Because Annie was a redhead. But yeah, I'm sorry for all you guys loss. Michael lost my dad in 2004. Mum is 82 and still going strong. Good. Spend as much time with her as you possibly can, just so that you don't have any regrets further down the line. Because guilt will kick your fucking head in. Literally. Afghan war was against red-haired giants in caves, not the Taliban. This world crazier than you think. It is a crazy world. I totally agree. Not quite sure about the giants, but a lot of people believe that there were giants walking the earth once. Who am I to disagree? So much of history is a lie. That drawing of the dog was fantastic. My art is not in that league. My art's not in that league either. I'm very self-critical, right? Yeah. So going back to what I was saying about supplements, and it's predominantly being a prepping channel, right? So I've got effective supplements that help to draw out heavy metals. I've got effective supplements that kill parasites, because there's no such thing as a beneficial parasite. There's beneficial bacteria in your gut, definitely, right? But no such thing as a good parasite. So parasites sorted, especially when that wormwood grows as well. That's going to be on another level. Keep cleansing your body of parasites. Even eating a freshly peeled organic carrot, raw, eating it raw, you know, like Bugs Bunny. When that goes down into your digestive system, all that fiber scrapes the not in a bad way, scrapes the linings of your intestines, which is where a lot of these parasites live, and it scrapes them off, so you end up, you know, shitting them out. So even eating just raw carrots, there's so much we can all do. Anyway, so I've got heavy metals done, parasites done. There's one thing left to do. One thing left to do that's a massive concern, and it should be a huge concern to you as well, and that's microplastics, right? Because the damage that this stuff is doing is ridiculous, right? Early onset dementia, early onset Alzheimer's, low sperm count, non-viable eggs in women, and effects on the reproductive organs of men and women, erectile dysfunction, effects on our immune system, effects on our cognitive ability. The list goes on and on and on and on and on. You know? So I found, I've not got it yet. I've not made any yet, but there's something that you can do to get rid of microplastics as well. You know, I've been a busy boy. You know, I love doing the legwork, so you don't have to, because this is me paying you back for loads of knowledge that I've got from you guys. You know, and just being there for me. You know, and being there for each other. So that thing that can, it for some, in some bizarre reason, the enzymes kind of attached to the plastic, whether it be tiny little particles or the chemical form of it, which is when microplastics dissolve so far down that it just becomes part of the fluid, part of the liquid. You know, even some filters won't even get rid of this stuff. You know, it's a big fucking problem. Big. You know, even babies bottles up until 2022 to 2023. Even the teat, you know, the nipple, that had microplastics in it going into your newborn baby, right? And then you've got the bottle as well. I used to make bottles up for my siblings when I was growing up. I co-parented with my sister, you know, while my mum was out on the piss. So I made bottles, changed nappies, bathed them, closed them, did all that, you know. But I remember, you know, reheating the bottle in the microwave so it's warm. So then you're just leaching more and more microplastics into the baby milk. It's such a massive problem. Where are we? Just catch up first and I'll tell you what this thing is. So you can look into it. You probably know. Some of you all know already. Can it be proven though? Didn't the Nephilim die in the flood? Yeah, it's about trying to be discerning, trying to figure out the truth from the bullshit, and a lot of that will come with a gut feeling. So if your gut's saying, you know, and that's resonance. If it resonates with you, there's probably some truth in it. You know, if it doesn't resonate with you, then it's probably made up. You know, so we can rely on our instincts to find the truth. They hide in desert. Oh, it just benefits for parasites. What's this? Never microwave. My microwave's in the loft now. The only time I use the microwave now is to irradiate So as you know, I only eat organic eggs, you know, so I save the shells. Now, because you can end up with E. coli, and there's another one that's quite common as well. Because I'm using the eggshells in supplements, I obviously don't want to give anyone, you know, put them in a position where they're shitting through a needle eye. I have a needle. So when these dry out, I then stick them in the microwave. When I've got a load of them, stick them in the microwave for 30 seconds. That kills all bacteria. Then I take them out, bring them downstairs, put them in my blender, and then blend it into a powder. And then I add certain types of magnesium to that powder to help the body absorb that powder to strengthen your bones, your teeth, your hair, your nails, you know? So that's another one of my supplements. So I don't, when I've got too much powder, then I crush them up or blend them and chuck them in my composter bucket, you know? Nothing gets wasted. Where are we? You do, and never microwave in plastic dishes, as you will consume loads of microplastics. Yeah, and cups of tea, your tea bags, you put in red hot water straight onto that tea bag that's made of plastic, you know. And I love tea. I'm glad you love your bubbles, Ray. It'll she will keep you sane. You need to know about flip-flops in society and on TV. Yes, you do. Yeah. Heads on a swivel. Changes all Tupperware to glass, mixing bowls and ceramic as non-stick pans, etc. No non-stick pans. Yeah, I mentioned that in a pan video. As well as carrots, a handful of nuts every day. Scrape your insides, no pun intended. None taken. And yeah, you're spot on there, Michael. There's so much we can do. Good night, Annie. And get some footage, you know. Try and get some footage, and you know, if anything really, really mad happens, get it, and I'll upload it onto the channel. Send it on to me, and I'll upload it onto the channel, because I do think it's going to be a very popular one. Manchester's a big place. And Britain First will have gained a lot of traction off the back of Birmingham, and you always get a better turnout for Britain First than you do for UKIP, because it's all about the leadership, you know. The leadership of UKIP, I think he's quite weak. I think he might have, you know, he might grow a little bit, he might toughen up a little bit. Maybe he needs a bit of mentoring from any decent ex-politicians out there, if there are any. But yeah, have fun. Let us know how you get on, Annie. Good night. Sweet dreams. Hello, Joanna. Give me hope. Joanna, give me hope. Joanna. Sorry, couldn't resist it. Love to you all. Having problems with my phone. Please bear with me. We will bear with you. We've got a bit, or have you got a bear with you? Have you got a bear with you? Oh man, you need to get some bear spray. I did fucking say. I said last week, get some bear spray. All I'm getting is the circle of doom. Hope you are all doing well. We'll still be here, sweetheart. We'll still be here when you make it back to us. The wheel of death is a bit of a bastard. Yeah, right. So, heavy metals. That's going to be, you need to get rid of any horrible heavy metals out of your body, right? Because I do think that's going to be connected somehow to 5 and 6G, right? So say 5G has got like a maximum power outage of say 10, right? At the moment, I reckon they've got it dialed up to 2, right? When they dial it up to 10, I think we're going to see people that are zombified. I know that sounds mad, but it's just a theory I've got. So trying to get rid of all of these horrible heavy metals, especially aluminium and mercury, getting them out of your system. So I've got stuff for that now. I've got stuff for parasites. I know that I'm repeating myself, but now we've got something for microplastics as well, right? And it will work, but I think it's got an acquired taste. And it's called Kamichi, which is a Korean. It's from one of these. It's from one of these countries, you know, and they eat it all the time over there. And again, it's something that you don't need a fridge for. You can just make shitloads of it up and take from it when you want. So it's like an oriental. It's like sauerkraut, but with an oriental twist, right? Kamichi is the dog's bollocks for getting rid of microplastics. And I can't think of anything else that can do that. So I need to start making loads of that, because we've got to try and get that out of our bodies. You know, it's so bad. It's so bad because you can't see it, you know. Green tea is also great for getting rid of metals. Yeah, that's right. Organic green tea and ceremonial matcha. Ceremonial matcha? What the fuck's that? What ceremony? Do we have to kind of like pass it to this? Pass the matcha to the left hand side. Pass the matcha to the left hand side. Okay, sorry about that. Type of green tea. Yeah, but finding something that can get rid of microplastics, you know, that is another one to add to your arsenal as far as getting rid of heavy metals out of your system, which is also equally as important. But I didn't think that there was anything out there to get rid of microplastics. And yeah, so to start going down that little rabbit hole was, you see, that's what I'm saying. The yin yang, you know. So to everything negative that's happening and all of the weapons that they're trying to pull together and throw at us, you know, we've got people on our side that have got brains and, you know, that are coming up with solutions to combat it, you know. So it doesn't matter what they throw at us, we will have something that we can either defend ourselves with or throw back at them, or both. Which is important. Very, very, very important. Ceremony is the highest grade of matcha. Ooh, that sounds very posh. Almost like it needs to be smuggled into the country, you know. I can remember the first time I had green tea and I fell in love with it straight away. I was living in Bedsitland. Has anyone ever lived in Bedsitland? Bedsitland. No, it's a very miserable place, right? And I was on my arse, completely on my arse. And I ran out of sugar. So I could hear the lad above me. I could hear movement around in his room. So I went up, as you do, you know, it's what we used to do. It's very British. You got a cup of sugar, you know. So I went up, and the door was just slightly open, and I opened it up, and there was candles like everywhere, you know. And I just said, I said to him, it smells like incest in here. And he said, don't you mean incense? And I just looked at him like that. He pissed out laughing. His sister started pissing out laughing. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. That was such a terrible joke. That didn't happen, by the way. Just for the record, it didn't happen. It's just, you know, British dark humour. We do it. That's what we do. We do that really, really well. You know, dark shit. You know. Oh dear. Oh. How'd you come back from that? Help me. That helped. So yeah, we've I'm sure there's because a lot of these hotels now, right? More and more of them are getting more and more people turning up. You know, like we said last week on Sunday, you know, they're going to start to turn up at more and more hotels, right? Even if it's just like a group of, say, 10 local people that are concerned about their children or their children's school being within spitting distance of one of these hotels, you know, which is not unusual. So you get like 10 people turning up outside each hotel, and then the police are going to need to get at least sort of 5-6 police officers to go to each hotel. You imagine that nationwide, and that's why they've got this dedicated arm of the police now, looking out online for people that are spreading the truth, you know. But I think they'll be specifically looking for people that are trying to arrange going down to. This is why people need to stop communicating via WhatsApp. I think there's, and I'm pretty sure, if I remember right, there's a, excuse me, if I remember right, I'm sure that there's a clause in the online safety bill tied in with something else where they can start to listen in. They can tap your call and listen in after 10 minutes of conversation. After 10 minutes, they can start listening in. So if you're waffling away with someone on the phone and you're going, yeah, dirty fucking cockroaches, you know, another girl's been raped, you know, another person's been stabbed, you know, by blah 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 or whatever. You know, I think we should all, what do you reckon we should do? And they start talking and they start forgetting that they are talking into literal listening devices and data harvesting devices, completely forgetting because they're lost in conversation. Next thing you know, after 10 minutes, it's not going to happen to everyone, but we're not going to know who it's happening to. They can start listening in then, you know. This is the start of proper big brother control and dystopia, you know. But it is all temporary, you know. Never forget. No one seems to be saying we are the 99% anymore, you know. But I am, and I'll carry on saying it because it's the truth. So don't forget that. I used to think daft things like that on long bus journeys, then burst out laughing to a lot of weird looks. Yeah, I think we've all done that. Someone will have sent me something, you know, on my phone or something when I've been on a bus. I can't remember the last time I went on a bus. I think it was a night out with my club, you know. And yeah, it would be something so hilarious. Might even be a video or something like that, and I'll fucking crack up. And next thing you got people just looking at you, you know. But it's good. Laughter is medicine. And my pussy had the vet visit yesterday, so she's now placed on a strict diet. I promised to do the diet with her. Day one, fail. Hey, look, you know, sometimes day one can be right. Fuck it. Let's go all in today, right? Proper go for it. You know, really fucking abuse ourselves. Let's just abuse ourselves for the first day, you know, and then let a bit of self-discipline kick in and follow it through, because you will benefit from it, and so will your pussy, you know. It is encouraging to see more and more protests outside migrant hotels. Yeah, it is, Michael. It is. And like I said, what's going to happen is it's going to make all police forces stretch out very, very, very thinly, you know, which is why they brought in this this special kind of, it's like a poor man's, a pauper's 77th Brigade, you know. They haven't got time to be going out there and solving crimes and attending domestics where you know, some pissed up bloke just battered the fuck out of his missus or anything like that. You know, I put a meme on a meme in the post section, and it was just so apt. Let me see if I can find it, and I'll show you it. I can tell you what it says if you can't read it. But it's just so true. It's so fucking true. It's ridiculous. Where is it? No, I can't find it. Oh, here it is. Here it is. There, but you won't be able to read what's in the speech bubble, right? So you've got her in the back, right in the background. Right in the background, you see that there? That's an intruder, right? With obvious ill intentions. She's on the phone and she's saying, "Please, police, help. We have a very violent burglar." Oh, you're too busy. And it's got her other half. He's online, and his speech bubble says, "Don't worry, love. I've just complained about migrants online. The police will be here any second now." You know, if it wasn't true, it would be funny. You know, what the fuck are we paying? We are literally paying for a police force to be against us. That's like going up to someone in the street and saying, "Yeah, mate, here's a tenner. Would you mind punching me full on straight in the face and knocking me out?" You know, he's going to turn around and say, "Yeah, no problem." You know, it's the same thing. We're paying council tax to pay for a police force that doesn't give a fuck about you, doesn't give a fuck about your rights, and are protecting people that are a danger to our communities and corporations. Not you. And we're paying for it. You see, in the early days of COVID and the sort of the totalitarianism that came with that, you had Black Lives Matter, which was a fucking ridiculous setup that was, you know. Fucking hell. And then you had all these fucking idiots bending the knee, taking the knee, you know. Whoa. I've forgotten what I was saying. Yeah, they were all saying, defund the police, defund the police, defund the police. Now, the basis upon them saying defund the police back then was baseless. It was pointless, because the police were actually helping innocent people, you know, over in America, right? They've got corrupt cops over there, just, you know, following the orders, just like they have over here, right? But they were more effective and more efficient and more on the side of the people, I believe, to you know, the greater degree. Whereas over here, if I was to say defund the police, defund the police, defund the police, I would be saying what Black Lives Matters was saying in 2021, 2022, partway into 2023. But that was baseless and unreasonable and unnecessary. Me saying defund the police now is, I would mean it. I would mean it from the bottom of my heart. Seriously. You know my views on the police, and I've just given you loads of examples as to why they're not on your side. And I've been doing that for years now, right? And all you're seeing now are more and more and more and more and more examples of why I said what I said those years ago. You know, it's there. It's right in front of your face now. They are not there for you. They are there for corporations and the puppet masters passing orders down to protect the crazy, to protect. I mean, we've even got our own, you know, normal working class people like you, like me, right? Setting online traps up for pedos and catching them, no problem, right? Why can't the police set up a separate division for doing that? You know, instead of listening on our conversations or going online and reading people's comments and stuff like that, trying to incriminate them. You know? So there's another good example of where the community is stepping up to fill the vacuum that the police have left. And we're very efficient at it. So we can be efficient at every other aspect of policing our own communities. We really can. We just need to get organised. We don't fucking need them. And to anyone new that's never listened to me before, you know, there might be one or two people, you know, they work for the Crown. The Crown is a corporation. You are not a corporation. Your birth certificate is a corporation. You aren't. You're not. Which means they've got no jurisdiction over you as a living, breathing man or woman whatsoever. They've got no right to put their hands on you. They've got no right to kidnap you, you know, put you in chains, you know, hold you hostage. You know, they've got no rights, none, because they work for a corporation. It's illegal for them to be doing what they're doing. No, it's not illegal. It's not illegal for them to be doing what they're doing. It's unlawful, unlawful. There's a difference between lawful and legal, right? Significant difference. Most legalities are acts and statutes that were built on top of common law. Common law underpins all law. You know, like you've still got a right to bear arms. So has Australia, New Zealand, and Canada. We have the right to bear arms. But the police don't have the right to bear arms because they are bearing arms as employees of a corporation, which is unlawful. You know, the sooner people start to kind of look into this sort of stuff and understand, it for what it is, then the more empowered our communities and society will be. You know, we'll realize that they're just, yeah, we know this, look, we know this, but there are millions of people out there that don't, which is why we need to keep leading by example, regardless of any consequence. You know, don't think about consequences. It gets in the way. I am back. Yay! You sang the song, Terry, and all is well now. I'll always say that. I'll always sing that song, Joanna, when you turn up, because I like it. And I think I mentioned in a live stream ages back that if you listen to the lyrics of "Give Me Hope, Joanna, give me hope, Joanna," listen to the lyrics. It's very political, extremely political. So yeah, and I only found that out, you know, a few months ago. Well, before then, I just thought it was a catchy sort of like semi-reggae, cheesy pop, mainstream reggae type track that was very catchy by, was it Eddie Grant? Please let me know. Where are we? I think the protests could be a ploy. Everyone watching these main hotels while they sneak them into another hotel. Yeah, but it's sneaking them out. You know, how are you going to sneak 200 cockroaches out of a hotel without being noticed? It's not happening. You know, most of them have got car parks to the front of the hotels. Some will have them at the back. Some have even got them underneath. You know, I believe Canary Wharf. I'm sure that's got an underground car park. Don't quote me on that. So we would notice. But the police are, again, it's because it's so fucking obvious now, because they're doing it. They've done it again. They did it again at another hotel today, where all of the lunatic lefties, the paid opposition, because they are the leaders of, not all of them, right, but the leaders of what look like the lunatic left, and you know, Antifa and all of these flags and signs and that all look identical, you know, and they're being marched from like the local train station or bus station or wherever. It might even be getting shipped in as a direct counter protest for people outside hotels, you know, outside these migrant hotels. The police are actively escorting them in, which means that the police, whose job it is to de-escalate, are actually creating a situation where it is going to escalate. You see, we don't need them. We need them less now than we've ever needed them, because all they're doing now is just making things worse. Oh, fucking hell. I fucking hate them. I really do. Everyone watch the right hand while the left hand sneaks them somewhere else. Yeah, well, I think most people now are very, very eagle-eyed, and there's always someone on a lookout, you know, and then everyone's got a phone now. Everyone can film, you know, everyone can take video footage, and, you know, just need a couple of lookouts, you know, and there's always at least one or two very, very eagle-eyed people outside these hotels. We'd spot if they were taking them from one hotel to another. It's not got as bad over here as it has in certain parts of Ireland, where, again, you know, people have communicated via text or via WhatsApp in advance to turning up to a hotel, and the police have got wind of it through something similar to what we've got now in this country, a dedicated arm of the police force that you're paying for. and they've managed to get down there in time, get them all out and move them somewhere else. You know, so we haven't got there that far yet. But if they move them out again, it needs to be grassroots. It needs to be people just sort of like just turning up at hotels, just turning up, because you've still got a right to protest, a right to peaceful protest, right? So it'll be a case of people coming in from work and driving past this hotel that they're already aware of, seeing 3 or 4 people outside there, and then they go home, drop the work stuff off, come back out, you know, pull the St. George cross off the back of the sofa, wrap it around them, and then go and join the protesters, because it's a community thing. It's community orientated, because each hotel represents a threat to each community that's around that hotel. So it needs to be organic. It needs to be grassroots, and people need to stop communicating electronically, you know, just so we can stay ahead of the pigs. And we will eventually, you know, the penny will drop with a lot of these people. You watch. Where are we? Oh, so you had a bed sit, did you, Joanna? I used to be able to stick a fork in the padlock, just flick it like that and open the padlock, take about, I don't know, 3 or 4 quid out, close, put the padlock back on again, and just put all those 50p's back in there, just so I had electric, you know? Yeah, the only way is up. In fact, the next one down from bedsit is homeless, and I've been homeless as well. You know, I think it was only for about like 10 days tops, but it was a very, very long 10 days, very long. So yeah, I've been there, you know, and then the next step up is a bedsit, and then the next one up from that is a place of your own, even if it's just a little one bedroom little studio apartment or something like that, just something simple, somewhere where you can hang your hat, you know, somewhere you can call your own. Where are we? I love my in the Earlston, Coventry, A Taste of Freedom. The man I was dating at the time became my husband. Happy days. Oh, that's lovely. You see, so he met you in bedsit land, and you ended up getting married and having like a happy ever after. You know, that's lovely. I like little stories like that. I had a dream. I had a dream that all young white boys and white girls would sit and play with little white girls and black girls and white boys. I had a dream. I fucking love that speech. You know, an amazing man. Weren't we meant to get weren't they meant to release the FBI files and the CIA files on the Martin Luther King assassination? With the Epstein files? And the JFK files, etc., etc., etc. I did say they were just, you know, leading you along a merry path. I had a dream that all the major roadways were blocked to an absolute standstill, and everyone stopped paying tax and told employers to put income tax in a separate escrow account. Do you know what? A lot of very, very sensible, very level-headed people have said that is literally the best way forward, right? A passive aggressive way, right? By just, that's it, you know, that's it. We're not paying any taxes. We're not paying any council tax. We're not paying for our electric, our gas, our water. No bills. Nothing gets paid, right? even down in tools. But we did that whole national strike thing. It was a flop. I knew it would be. These little petitions that go out, they're a flop. After that one that reached something like 3-4 million people, which still had months left to go on it, where that goes? Nowhere, you know? So I agree, a complete and total turning our backs on the system would be the best way forward. At least the first, you know, just trial and error, right? Try that one first. That one should be the go-to to try. But there are far too many pussies out there, with too many cowards. It's like, no. I've got to keep paying. I don't want any trouble, right? And these are the people that the amount of fucking trouble that they're going to experience coming their way, right? That to the point where they might end up thinking to themselves, oh, I wish I had done something now. That's what I'm saying. Make today count. Make tomorrow count. You know? So you've got no regrets. But yeah, that would be a very, very practical way of dealing with this. Just a financial cut-off from the system. But then, having said that, over the last sort of 100 years or so, the people that have been controlling the world for so long have already made all their wealth anyway. So it won't make any difference to them, because it's all about power and control now. It's got nothing to do with money, not really. So that just leaves one. That just leaves one option on the table, really. You know, if anyone else can think of anything else, please drop it down in the chat. And yeah, it is a trap, and yeah, that's what they want. But I can't think of any other way. I really can't. So I'm going to put a jumper on because I've gone a little bit fresh, right? And I don't know if you're still watching, Michael. You know that cold, that fresh, that cold, yeah. Whew. I don't think anyone with a sound brain would prefer out and out, pure, unadulterated conflict. You know, a proper, full-on civil war. I think most people would opt for a more passive option, you know. No violence, no sacrifice, no bloodshed, no damage to property, nothing, you know. I'm sure most people would prefer an alternative to civil war. But yeah, like I said, if you can think of an alternative that the people will go along with, because people will go along with civil war. You know, people will go along with fighting in the streets. We've already seen that. We saw that in Southport. We're seeing it around some of these hotels now. And you know, I'm posting stuff in, again, the post section. Please make a conscious effort to go into the post section of the channel and have a look at what I'm posting. The Shield. Right. Hello, Watcher123, by the way. I've only just seen you pop up, mate. The Shield is not what you think, you know. I slagged that off right from the start because it was being, it had been, the concept of it had been formulated by a, the outlaws are a little bit like a poor man's Hell's Angel. No offense to anyone out there that was or is an outlaw, you know, but very similar to the Hell's Angels, right? And he started the Shield up, right? But what a lot of people fail to remember, fail to know, or fail to research, or fail to look into, is that just like the Hells Angels, the outlaws do a lot of the same sort of stuff as the Hells Angels do, you know, which includes drug dealing, debt collect, loan sharking, and vicious debt collecting off the back of that, prostitute rings, you know, the list goes on and on and on, right? So you add all of that on top of the guy that's leading the Shield, right? And I said right from the start, I don't fucking like him. He's got too much ego. There's too much ego. Every single video that goes up, it's all about him. I'm fucking hard. I am. I'm really tough. I had horrible, evil, violent upbringing, and now I'm hard. You know, and now I want to look after the women and children. But a few people have been pointing out a lot of what he's been saying and kind of piecing things together. He's not what you think, you know. The next renaissance, the next reset, the next new world will be attained grassroots, organically, by the people, of the people. Not some fucking dodgy biker that just gives it all that, you know. Anyway, I hope that answered your question. When you put the Shield, I just went right around the fucking houses. That's what I do. I go right around the houses, then I go right around the streets, then I go right around the town, and then I come back again, when I could have just given you a straightforward, don't trust the Shield. Just I left it at that. But no, I do like to elaborate. And if you've noticed, the more you comply, the more they bring in to further comply with. Exactly. Yeah, the crazy chill. Yeah, I'm all right now, mate. I'm all right now, but I could feel one coming on, and I didn't want that to happen on a fucking live stream, mate, you know. So yeah, let's have a fag. Let's have a fag. It's Friday night. Anyone having a tipple? What are you having? What you got? Drop it in the chat. Let's, you know, it doesn't have to be about doom and gloom all the time. We should float in and float out of the negativity, you know. And that's how we do, and then leave it on a positive. Always leave it on a positive, without exception. Which I have found challenging from time to time, you know, but I've pulled it off, I think. Hello, Soul Mister. Are you all right, darling? Oh, it's lovely to see you. I'm at a wedding. 5 staying sober. Right. 5 are staying sober. Are you one of the 5? So, drum roll. So, I'm absolutely off my fucking tits, and I've had to have friends hold my hair back over the bog whilst I've been chucking up. What's 5 equals SP? 5 equals So, oh, Sal Mishra, you've been a bit cryptic there. You know, listen. That's my little tiny little walnut brain rolling around in my skull, because I don't get that. I do apologise. Would you mind elaborating a little bit? Are you pissed? Right? Because now, I mean, you've been to a wedding. I'm assuming you're at the evening do, right? It's 11:15, right? So we're looking at last orders, maybe a lock-in, depending on where you are. I just want to know if you're twatted or not, you know? I don't like drinking on my own. I'm at a wedding tomorrow, lol. Oh, right. Okay, so you don't want to get you don't want to get hammered tonight. You don't want to get drunk tonight because you want to be on your best behaviour tomorrow. You don't want to turn up, right, where all of the are you kind of a maid of honour or a bridesmaid or anything like that? Have you got picked out a dress and your dress is red and you don't want to have too much to drink tonight so that your eyes match your fucking dress? You know, turning up proper hanging, you know, which the bride will love. The bride will love that, you know, because the bride doesn't want anyone looking more beautiful than she does on the day. So for you to get wrecked the night before would go in her favour. It's tradition. Okay? It's English tradition. Prepare today for a better tomorrow. Try doing something productive. Learn something. Plant something, harvest something each day. That's really, really, really good, spot on advice, that, you know, and I do try and do that. I do. I can't see anything. Can't see anything in that list that I haven't done today. Not had an alcoholic drink in 15 years ish. Been off THC for 6 weeks ish. CBD helping a lot more. I would recommend CBD to anyone and everyone, you know. It's just a really, really, really good CBD is not cheap. It is expensive, but it is worth it, you know, and it's completely natural. Your brain has built-in natural receptors, almost like you were designed to connect with the cannabis plant, whether that be the THC element of it or the CBD element, you know. Yeah, I mean, Rastafarianism is a religion, a recognized official religion. And that does, you know, cannabis and they believe that cannabis brings them closer to God, and I can understand why they would think that. But CBD, you know, you can't get off your tits on CBD. It just has a positive, balanced effect on you. It just balances you out. Good on you, Jordan. I was drinking a bottle of vodka every single night. So to be able to suddenly not rely on alcohol as a crux for misery, benefited from that, because alcohol is the biggest depressant on the planet. So coming off alcohol during the week leads to positivity, you know, and you level out again. CBD, I would recommend to anybody. Actually, she didn't go in stand. What one? So this was very, very expensive, and I bought this for Sal because I think when you know that you've been told that you basically, you know, we might be able to buy you a couple of years, you know, but then it's going to come back and you're going to die, you know. That's we all know that we're all going to die one day. We all know this, you know, but to be given a time frame is profound on the mind, right? So I got hold of all sorts of bits and bobs to try and help her cope. So I bought this. It's fucking useless, absolutely useless. This is really, really good quality CBD. That's extracted from the pollen. Yeah, I recommend if you can afford it. And again, look, I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a psychologist. I'm just a bloke, right? But if you're thinking of coming off prescription medication because you don't think you're benefiting from it anymore, or you want to avoid going on to prescription medication, I would recommend that you would consider CBD. You don't get off your tits, you know, you don't just sit there just looking at people smiling with like drool down the side of your mouth, like for hours on end. You know, it's not like that. It balances you out completely naturally. Why do you think they won't allow people to just grow as much as they want, use as much as they want? Because you'd benefit from it. They want to keep you sick. That's where all the money is. We know this. But I don't know if you can get CBD vapes. I don't know. I wouldn't. Just me personally, right? I wouldn't buy fuck all from Holland and Barrett, you know. Oh, darling. I wouldn't buy anything from there because it's a corporation, you know. And corporations are all about feeding the share. And the best way to make it, you know, a turnaround, you know, to give the shareholders more and more and more because they're hungry, unscrupulous, moral-less cunts. You end up having to compromise on the quality of the stuff that you sell, get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, just so that you can maintain the shareholders' hunger for greed, you know. I have been recommending CBD to each smoker I know. Smoked normal weed 25 years, CBD flower shop or high end supply, paid £45, 70 ounce of flour. That's not a bad price at all. That's pretty good. Sorry, just let the Just let the cat out. Who let the cat out? Who let the cat out? Joanna did. See that there's two tunes attached to you now there, Joanna. Expecting she's scoping out some extra food. This is what I mean, you know. I make sure these two only get fed once a day, right? And they get fed well. They have kibbles with a bit of gravy and some mixed in blitzed sunflower seeds, a little bit of turmeric, garlic infused olive oil, and either pig's or ox liver one day. The following day, they'll have all that minus the ox liver, but they'll have the gravy and tin dog food with the kibbles, but all of the rest of it, including the, you know, the olive oil and the sunflower seeds and the turmeric, all of that still. Then the third day, they'll have a tin of tuna, all of that, minus the liver. I'll replace that with a small can of tuna. Storm will get 2/3 of a tin. Zephyr will get 1/3 of a tin. They go fucking mad for that. Above anything else, they love it. Clean plate, slick clean, you know. So they're both very, very fit, very, very healthy. Their coats are like mirrors. Their eyes are like glistening stars, you know. But there are doggy and cat cookbooks out there that you can buy if you're starting to get a bit paranoid about shop bought dog food like I am. They want your pets dead. You will own nothing, including your furry companion. But yeah, keep it up, Jordan. Keep it up, brother. No red dress, family wedding. I'm just a guest, right? Okay, but you still want to look your best. And I've seen you've sent. I've got photos of you, Sal Misra. You know, you're lovely. You've got a lovely smile. You know. Oh, it's just so loud. That went on for ages. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah. So Sal Misra, a smile, one genuine smile, right, can light up a whole fucking room, you know. And you've got a lovely smile, you know. We need more people to smile in the world because it'll spread. It'll be contagious, you know. It's like little things. I mean, I'm irritatingly very courteous, you know. I'll stop to let people out, and I like flow. I like everything to flow, you know. So if I let someone out of a junction, I hope and often see them further down the line let someone out of a junction. Pass it on for free. It's all free, you know. Courtesy. It's free, you know. So same principle with a smile, you know. The more people smile, the more people smile. You know. It's good. It's a good thing. You got a lovely smile. Yeah, you can get, yeah, right. So you can get vapes, you can get oils. They do, yeah. Skin. Yeah, you can get CBD for dogs. Dogs have got receptors for CBD as well. A lot of people use CBD with their dogs on on the 6 months leading up to fucking bonfire night. You know, when people are setting fireworks off during the bastard day. You know, this is the level of retardation we've got in society today. You know, so we let the fireworks off. It's broad daylight, man. I know, but it makes a lot bang. Oh my god. And these are adults. Fuck me, you know. But anyway, some dogs just don't respond very well to the bangs and the crackling, and you know, some dogs have get into a right mess. They're right. You lift their eyelids, and all the whites of their eyes are all bloodshot. They're shaking. People give CBD to dogs, and it can calm them right down. And it's natural. It's natural. You know, instead of by getting some sort of veterinarian to give you some sort your dog some sort of sedative that contains fuck knows what, you know, made fuck knows where, made from fuck knows what, you know, and charging like having 1,000% markup on just 3 days worth of pills. So something to bear in mind for future reference if you've got a dog or a cat that's like that. I recommend the Illy's Kitchen Home Cooked Dog Food Book and the, is it Illy's or Lily's? Lily's. You can read that, guys. I'm just butchering everything. What I do, I just butcher shit, especially when I'm reading stuff. But yeah, bear that in mind. Keep warm, Terry. I remade my bed yesterday and put the quilt back on, having a Blossom Hill white wine. Enjoy your tipple, and you enjoy yours. You enjoy yours, Joanna. In fact, touch the screen, Joanna. Cheers. Happy Friday. You know, we've made it through another week. You know. And you'll make it through next week and the next week and the next week. And it will get hard. It will get tough. You're going to see stuff and experience things in life that you've never experienced before, you know, but you will survive it and you will get through it because you've got a prepper mindset, and that makes a massive difference, you know. So literally bear that in mind. And you got through the last 5 years of absolute bullshit and nonsense, you know? And half of you have been through major hardship and experienced heartbreaking loss and horrible events in your life. Here you are, you know, in the chat. You know? You survived all that. You can survive what's coming. You can. Just keep on prepping. Right, where was I? Feel your pain, Terry. Misophonia is a fucker. Just reminds me of that live stream. It is, mate. It's again. It's like I've given the analogy. Like I can have a rough idea. Everyone remembers that live stream. It was fucking brilliant. I watched it back, right? I don't watch many back, you know, but I watched that one back. And I was listening to myself, right? And I was fucking howling, you know? What was I saying? Yeah, right. So even the most empathic of empaths, right, will never ever truly understand or feel what it's like for a woman to give birth, a man, for example, right? will never, ever truly be able to understand what it feels like to give birth, right? A man will never fully understand what it's like to have a period, right? And the cramps that some women get, some just get a little bit of a little bit of pain, nothing much. Some get it quite intense, right? Some women are quite light, some women are extremely heavy, which does affect their they're constantly thinking, I need to, I've got to, because you've got no control of the big clots and stuff. I know I'm being a bit graphic here, but I'm just saying, right? Blokes that have to think about that. We don't have any of that. We don't have any of that. And then you've got the hormonal side of things as well. It's like, do you want a cup of tea, darling? Do I want a cup of tea? Are you fucking hinting at me to make you a cup of tea? No. I'm just going to put the kettle on. I just wondered if you'd like a cup of tea, that's all. Yes, I would. Yeah, so we have to put up with that fucker, But fortunately, that's not that common, not really, So I would never be able to fully understand what it's like to be a woman, ever. I can try, and I think I can get fairly close, right? So trying to explain misophonia to someone that doesn't have it, right, will never ever get it. They'll never get it. You can try to understand, but you'll never get it unless you've had it or got it. And I've had it all my life, Anyway, where were we? Thank you, Terry. Such lovely things to say. I mean it, Sal Mishra. I'm a sincere man. Everything I say is sincere. I'm honest, and you deserve it. You've got a lovely smile. So light that room up tomorrow. Light that room up. It catches. It catches. Also play firework displays on YouTube videos a month or two before with low volume, then increase slightly every few days. Wow, that's a great idea. Yeah. Doggy psychology. Yeah. So just minute exposures. That is amazing. I don't know why I never thought of that, Lana. That's fucking brilliant. Yeah. So if anyone's got any sensible animals, right up to a horse, my first wife, she had horses, and even though it was kind of on a farm, it was still on the outskirts of Long Eaton. So, I mean, it was still whang, bang, crackle, crackle. And it used to freak the horses out. They used to hate it, and she used to get stuff from the vets to help. But yeah, avoiding giving them anything at all, just building them up to it. I mean, if you think about it, we had war dogs and war horses during World War I and during World War II, I mean, horses now, they can, oh, I've just spilled that all over my leg. I look semi-incontinent. I can assure you it was just vodka, orange and tonic. Yeah. Yeah, they train horses for riots, They will have done that very, very slowly and very, very gradually, right? They have dogs and horses trained to do films around explosions and stuff. They're almost immune to it. So that makes complete and total logical sense. Yeah. Good on you, Lana. Yeah, I never thought of that. Been a tough year, but got through it so far. You'll get through the rest. The universe guides us to where we are meant to be. I believe that. I do. I think that there's a reason why we're all here. I think there's a reason why we know what we know. And I think there's a reason why we do what we do. I think there's a reason why we prepare. You know, this is almost like along the same sort of principle as Noah and the ark. You know, see, we don't know if that ever happened, but you know, again, I'm not a Christian, just saying, but I do believe in Christian values, and this country should be built upon them because it works, right? Because it's a religion that is meant to be built on love, as opposed to Islam, which is, yeah. Fuck me, I've gone right off track again there. Yeah, so I think that we are on the path that we're on for a reason, and everything is interconnected. And again, that the whole butterfly effect thing, you could mention something to someone at the bar whilst you're waiting for your Guinness to settle, 30-second conversation, and that person could go away and change the world. Or someone who's also at the bar listening to you speaking to that person for 30 seconds, overhearing your conversation, going away thinking about it, researching it, taking off and changing the world. Sounds very far-fetched, you know. The butterfly effect is very, very real, right? And cause and effect, all of that, you know. The fact that we're playing some sort of really, really fucked up game of chess with very, very, very evil people, you know, unbridled evil, emotionless, pure evil, right? So if you look at a chessboard, it's almost like a yin yang, you know. You've got the light, you've got the white, the light, and you've got the black, the dark, right? And I always choose white. And again, you know, this thing that's going on around some fucking woman in an advert, an American advert for jeans or something, right? So that when I say I always go white, I mean on the side of good, you know, not I'm against black people, you know. This is what's fucking happening right now. So you've got loads of black women kicking off about a white woman doing an advert in a country that was predominantly white. We've got the same problem in England, you know. People are taking shit the wrong way. And going on about white privilege and white male fucking toxic masculinity. Yeah, you look at any fucking advert on TV or the adverts you get, you know, in your YouTube, the irritating adverts you get in the YouTube videos and stuff like that, right? There's hardly any white men, hardly any. We are not represented, you know? So take your fucking critical race theory, take it, right, and shove it right up your fucking arse, right? To anyone that's thinking like that. So you've got loads of black women kicking off because a pretty white woman was advertising jeans, you know? Now, I don't see any white women. Again, this is going to be a little bit controversial here, but I want to just point it out. I don't see any white women buying a black afro to go over their blonde hair. I don't see any white women going out and buying a black weave to go on their head. I don't see any white women competing with black women to get men. Yet I see a lot of black women straightening their hair and kicking off about white women. I could go in further and further into that, but I wanted to just cover that and say that it's being fucking noticed. You know, the most racist people on the planet are not white people. You know, there are racist white people. Yes, there are. Of course there are. You know, there's good and bad in every race. You know, but the vast majority of racism that we're experiencing in this world today is against white people. So go fuck yourselves. My garden saved me sanity. Bless Sally. Yes, we try everything we can keep on our own with us. I lost my husband 15 years ago. I believe they stay with us and keep strong. Yeah, I do like the idea of that. I do like the thought of that, you know. Whether it's real or not, you know, I've just got such a cynical, too critically thinking, maybe, you know. I pull everything apart, everything. But there are some things that I do firmly believe in. So people will only go down a belief or will only consider something that there is solid, undeniable evidence of, you know. But I believe in God. I believe that I believe in a creator, whether you want to call him God or a creator, or it's up to you. It doesn't matter to me, but I do believe in a creator. You know, I do, and I consider myself to be one of the most rational. I consider myself to be, other than one or two exceptions that are definitely on my level. And by that, I don't mean my level's better than your level, or I don't want to go down. You see, and I hate having to fucking explain myself like that all the time. But I think I'm one of the most rational people you will ever meet in your life. Yeah, I believe in a creator. You know, go figure. But I'm not a Christian, you know, and I don't need a fucking hero. I don't need someone to come and save me. I'm going to do that. And if everyone adopted that same mindset, firstly, you wouldn't believe how empowering it is, you know, as long as you don't create ego out of it, right? Ego can never come into it, ever. It gets in the way. It blurs everything, right? But you learn to lead yourself, it's incredibly empowering, right? And that's literally how you should be. That's how you should be, as God intended. I'm telling you, you don't need to be led. I think because of the current sort of structure of society, I think we need people in place to deal with that, and people in place to deal with that. But I think we should all be equal, unless you're a cunt. Then you get dealt with. And again, I believe that side of things should be, the game should be upped. You know, I've said in live streams before, and I'll say it now, I will never go back on that. You know, paedophiles, chop the cock off. Next. Coming in, begging, please, 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 I'll never do it again. Next, just bring him in, chop his cock off. Next one, production line, chop the cock off. Paedophilia will go right down. Rape. someone that's been proven, because there are a lot of cunt women out there, you know, he raped me when he didn't. That's his life destroyed, you know. But if it's been proven that someone's raped someone, I believe that person should be put in a room full of blokes, gay men, right? And raped so that they know how it feels. Murder, put to death by the family of the murder victim. Or they get to choose how he dies and who does it. Murder will drop. This all sounds a little bit extreme to a lot of people, but there are no disincentives out there anymore. Paedophilia is almost being actively encouraged, right? Rapists and paedophiles are getting off with pathetic light sentences. Some of them getting off completely, suspended. A life destroyed psychologically, and they get to carry on doing it again. So we need harsher punishments. Murder, you lose your life. Rape, you get raped. Paedophilia, you get your cock chopped off. If you've raped a child, you know, if you've actually followed through with your urges, chop your cock off. That's it. You know, some people have said, I think, Terry, that chemical castration would be more humane. Try explaining, right, the concept of humane to the child that's been raped. Try explaining humane to them. Anyway. Oh, is Lana gone? Sweet dreams, Lana. I'm sorry I missed that, darling. I went on one. I got a little bit carried away. As I do. Sleep well. Sweet dreams. Noah, alien. Ark, spaceship. 2 of each animal in DNA form. It's quite possible. Again, look at what we can do with DNA splicing now. We can take fruit trees and make them stronger by splicing them with another, and then look at all the GMO food that we're all fucking eating now. You know, it's all Frankenstein food. It's all Frankenstein. Look at what we're genetically capable of doing now. Dolly the sheep was in the 80s. You know, we could. I'm 100% certain that they can clone another person, an exact clone that now, just from stem cells. You know, so if we can do that now with our level of technology, there are definitely civilizations before us that had technology that equaled, if not surpassed, what we've got today. So they would have been into gene manipulation and stuff like that, you know. So again, a creator, whether that was a man or some sort of celestial body or an alien or whatever, I have got no idea. You know, I'm not going to say that I know, because I don't, you know, but I do believe we were created. I do believe that we are special, some more than others, you know, and no Jews, you're not the chosen people. Look into it. You're not. I've got no problem with you, but just, yeah, get your fucking head back in your cage, will you? Fuck me. Yeah, so I just think that the way that punishment is dished out with our current level of technology, as far as being able to figure out, you know, Isn't it mad that we now live in an era where solving crime is a lot easier than it was 100 years ago, yet they're solving less crimes than they were 100 years ago because they can't be fucking bothered. Because burglars don't pay. Burglars don't contribute to the Crown Corporation. You know, you going 5 miles an hour over a 30 mile limit, that generates, you know. So let's put coppers that could be attending a house burglary, right? An active one. No. Let's stick them in a van with a fucking camera. And remember, right, in order for you to pay a fine, there has to be a crime. In order for there to be a crime, there has to be a victim. No victim, no crime, no fine. Bear that in mind. Really easy to remember and 100% factual. People pay all these fines because it's, oh, I don't want any trouble, you know. Again, we need more warriors and less cowards. Because when you get a letter from the police because you've been speeding, that rattles people even more, you know. I've just received another parking notice, another one. You know, am I going to pay it? I'm a fuck. It's gone on my wall of fame, which is growing bigger and bigger and bigger. You know, send your fucking goons to my house. Send them. It'll make for a really good video for the channel, and it will be a demonstration, right, of how fucking easy it's done. I'll film every single word, every single step of the way, you know, and I'll post it. You know, I've spent plenty of time around other awakened souls that are awake, you know, not just, I'm awake, I am. I like Trump. I'm a reform supporter because I'm awake, because I don't support Labour or the Tories. So I'm awake. No. Go back to sleep, do the world a favour and stay out of my fucking way. So I've rubbed shoulders with people that are seasoned common law studiers and rapid response attendees, rapid response call-outs all over the country. So I've learned loads from them. I've learned loads from studying myself, loads from listening, loads from asking questions. You know, I know my rights, right? And then when you take fear completely out of the equation, right, you are empowered, you are sovereign, and you will win. You will. You just got to believe in yourself, have faith in yourself. This is why I say, you know, and again, no offense to any of the Christians out there that have faith in Jesus, you know. I've always said that all of that faith should be aimed inwards, you know. Stay humble, stay honest, you know, and avoid any ego, no ego, right? But and then on top of that, you face all of that faith inwards into yourself, and you become so empowered, you don't take any shit from anyone ever. You start to learn a bit more about the law, you know. You prepare yourself, almost look forward to bailiffs knocking on your door, looking forward to it. That's what I am. I'm looking forward to it, you know. I've gone from looking forward to these TV licensing goons knocking on my door, letter after letter after letter after letter after letter that I've just used to get my wood burning stove going. Now I'm saving them up so I can get a nice big fat wad and then put return to sender, return to sender, return to sender, and post them all back. You know, some people were like, well, all I need to do is call the TV license place up and say I don't need a TV license, and they won't contact me for another 2 years. You're using your time, your effort to call them. You know, that's your life you're wasting doing that. Fuck them. Fuck them. Just ignore them. You know, don't waste any of your time. And this, when I get this big fat wad of I don't know if I've got any here now, so I posted them all back, but I'll collect them all up again, and then I'll put return to sender, because the post box is literally right outside my local shop. You know, so it's just walk maybe about 2 meters past the main entrance to the shop, put them in the post box, go in the shop, get what I need to get. So I was going there anyway. You know, I'm not taking any time out of my day to ring them up and tell them I don't need a TV license when I know I don't need one. You know, they would have to pay me to watch that fucking shit. They'd have to pay me. Anyway. DNA is completely mind-blowing. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. It's very, very interesting. And that's why they're trying to manipulate it. And not just manipulate ours, manipulate the DNA of every single living creature on Earth. It's mad. They are literally trying to play the part of God, you know, interference with what is already perfect creation, you know, perfect. Everything is perfect for its environment. But we've just been led down the wrong path into living like this, you know, with tech and barriers and obstructions getting in the way of each other, you know, when we need to be coming back together physically as communities and sharing knowledge and sharing ideas and helping each other for free. You know, a complete and total cooperative society, and it's doable, you know. But then I've had people saying, "Well, isn't that socialism?" No, it's not. No, but over time, it would revert back to where we are again today. You know, it would, because the world's full of manipulative, selfish, devious cunts. So, and it's tribal, and we live in a tribal world as well, and that makes a difference. So, but it's doable. It's doable. You know, we grow our own food. There's plenty of space for us to grow our own food. We can literally rent sections of farmers' land off them and grow our own food, and guard it. And anyone that tries to steal it that hasn't contributed into it just gets shot. You know, just fucking take you out. Or we give you an opportunity to become part of it. So it's like, look, you know, you either join us and put a bit of graft in and help us and become part of this, or if you come back and try and steal from us again, we'll you know, we will fill in the blanks. And the better option is to join us, because then you become part of something. You see, the perfect balance in life is, from my perspective, for what it's worth, right, is where you are a complete and total individual, right? You're not a sheep, you know. Oh, that's what they like, so I like it, right? That's the music they're listening to, so I'll listen to that. You know your own mind, right? So being like that, but being part of a community at the same time, that's perfect balance. It could be challenging because you put a big group of people that all know their own minds together in one place that are all individual. But it will find a natural balance. It will because it's organic. Anything that's organic finds its own equilibrium. You know, that's nature. Never paid a TV license. BBC wouldn't like us standing outside shouting, then ask them for payment, not paying for them broadcasting. It's a waste of money, you know. I don't understand why people are still contributing to that, right? And then, like I have said before, right? When they turn around and say, right, well, we're going to add it onto your council tax, right? Well, all you need to do then is just readjust your standing order. You know, no direct debits. No. You've got no control over them, right? Standing orders for now, you've got control over, right? So you set up a standing order if you want to pay your council tax, if you want to, right? But it has to be itemized. You've got to know what you're paying for, right? The fact that they're leaving out little bits like weaponry to blow up innocent women and children in other countries, they leave little bits out, right? But if they fail to add the TV license onto your council tax bill, then you just go and take that amount off and then pay it, and then just send them an email saying, I'm not paying for a service that I don't use or want. You know? Well, the same could be said about the police, you know, libraries, you know, our contribution towards terrorism, the upkeep of foreign nationals that have not been vetted, filling up 4-star, 5-star hotels. TV license is optional, you know. It's not mandatory, you know. But even the word mandatory is still by consent, you know. It's still by consent. It's not. People misinterpret the word mandatory, you know. You don't have to. It's by consent. And imagine how much money you would be saving if you went toe to toe with your local council and just said, look, I'm not refusing to pay. I just want to know if you can prove that none of this money is going into the main coffers of the government that is funding foreign aid and war that I've not agreed to. And they can't prove that to you. They can't, and they never will. And there lies your grounds as a consumer and a customer. So it's down to you whether or not you pay council tax or not. You know, it's down to you whether or not you pay a parking fine or a speeding ticket. It's down to you. I know where I stand. You know. Because I know I'm sovereign. I know I am. Sovereign's more than a word. It's a state of mind. It's returning back to what you should be, you know. And I'm pretty sure that some of you guys are already there, but statistically, a lot of you won't be. And again, statistically, a lot of you that aren't are probably on the path to being sovereign, or not being sovereign, realizing your sovereignty, you know, because you're already sovereign. But you've just got to stop. You've got to stop interacting with unlawful taxes and unlawful demands, and, you know, we're the only fucking animal on the planet that has to pay to be here. You couldn't make this shit up. But we don't have to pay to be here. We don't. You just need to kind of look into it a bit, educate yourself a little bit on common law, because it still stands, right? But even common law pales into insignificance when it comes down to sovereignty, because sovereignty is a state of mind. It's a realization that no one is above you. No one has a right to tell you what to do. Yeah, we do need to put things in place, because in place for either dealing with or containing dangerous people, you know. We do need to do that. We do need to remove some people's rights because they're a danger to either themselves or the people around them. And they do need to be dealt with. But again, reverting back to no requirement for the police, we can deal with things like that ourselves. We need the entire current political system to be utterly razed to the ground and then rebuilt. We've already got the infrastructure. We just need the right people in place and a lot of heads to roll, because no one can go unpunished. Every bad thing I've done in my life, and I've done some bad shit, you know, but I've paid for everything with fucking interest. So there should be punishment for bad shit. But there are enough people out there that are very similar, you know, like-minded people to us, that know the law, the law, not the whole legal system's just been set up to make the powerful more powerful. That's it. That's what the legal system's for, you know. The lawful system was designed to be on our side, but we're above common law as well, because we're sovereign. You know, sovereign trumps common law. As long as you've got an innate sense of right and wrong, and you're just not a cunt, you know, then you are above the law, you know. But no one in the universe, if there are aliens on other planets, for example, right? Even them, no one is above natural law, you know. But we are above common law. Common law was just set out in words, you know, and principles, you know. But we're above that as well. Sovereignty is above that. It's above that. We are sovereign. So we can restructure society, and that's what's going to happen. But there is going to be a breaking point where everything literally goes to shit. And this is why we're preppers, why we prepare. ready so that we've got a buffer zone there to be there at the end of it with all of our knowledge to help people pick up the pieces and move forward. A little bit like, I know I keep referencing World War II and post World War II, right? The rebuilding of England again, you know. It's just a very similar principle, but without the war, without their kind of war, you know, without the big families causing the war to profit from the wars, gain power from the wars, manipulate countries, manipulate leaders, you know, all of that needs to go. But it's going to take a lot of determination, a lot of focus, and the complete and total abolition of fear from your life in every single aspect. Not actually, no, I take that back. Total abolition of fear would not make you human then, because fear is part of us, you know. The fear aspect of human beings induces the fight, flight, or freeze element of our response, you know. So fear, we do need to have fear. We can't get rid of fear. We can't just like, right, I do say to you, no fear, no fear, no fear. But I think what I mean by that is don't allow it in where it's not really beneficial to you. You know, if you're being stalked by a fucking lion, or if you're being stalked by a cockroach from a hotel with a knife, right? And you know they've got a knife, and you know that they're running after you, you know that they're chasing you, for example, right? You can either stop, turn around and fight, or you can carry on running, right, and hope that you outrun them, or you'll freeze and quite possibly sustain some sort of damage or lose your life, right? So fear does have its place. So does paranoia. I've gone over that before. It can be your best friend as long as you don't allow it to control you and you control it. Paranoia can be good. Paranoia, it can induce critical thinking, you know? So, yeah. I don't know if that was maybe that was a very, very deep, fucking long-winded rant there, but all true. And I think, you know, if anything that I've just said doesn't resonate with you, tell me why. Please tell me why it doesn't resonate with you. You know. And going back to like the start of the live, you know, and the fact that I think they are counting on conflict, and that it is possibly a bit of a trap to fall into, but that animalistic side of human beings and people wanting to protect their own. It's primeval, you know. It's been passed down genetically from throughout the eons, you know. All of that genetic life experience and thoughts and everything, all of it has been passed down genetically into us. you know? So, as I said earlier on, if anyone can think of an alternative so as we don't fall into their trap, email me, drop it in the chat, drop it in the comments after the live stream's finished. You know, fill your boots. I'm all ears. I really am all ears. But they've done a job on us. They've figured out typical human behavior. And especially the predictive elements of human behavior. And they've took advantage of that. But that's not to say that whatever trap we might be falling into by way of civil disobedience, civil war, whatever you want to call it, right? There's nothing to say that we can't still win, because we absolutely can and we will. But it's just what is the trap? You know, what is the consequence of the trap? Because I can't see any other way now, right? You know, all your petitions, fucking pointless, right? It's just another data harvesting exercise to them. That's all it is. Just to read the mood of the general public and then impose measures to deal with that mood, you know, to keep us controlled. So I can't see any other way than a proper full-on hardcore, no holds barred revolution. I can't see any other way. And if that is their trap, so be it. Because the revolutionary side of us, the fight back side of us, is organic. It's organic. It's completely organic. It's natural. It's natural. So because of that, that gives us an edge. On top of the fact that we are the 99%. Never forget that. People have stopped saying that now, but it's more important now than ever that you know that and you remember that and realize that, you know? All right, night. Hello, Chelsea Star. You all right, darling? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Big experiment. Hi, by the way. Hi. Help, sweetheart. They're not human. They're not. I think again, there's a lot to deliberate on that. Really, you know, whether there's some fucking reptilian race that's controlling everyone or not. Who knows? I've got no proof of that, you know. But I still think there's credence to that comment, because to me, what makes a human is compassion, empathy, all of those beautiful traits, you know, that makes humanity beautiful, creativity, you know, all of the positive aspects of humanity. The people that are running the show at the top of the pyramid are completely and utterly devoid of any of those emotions. Completely. They are dark as fuck. And that's where we come in. That's where humanity comes in to fight back. It's all about balance. you know, bringing balance back. And no, it's not going to be easy. It is going to be hard. You know, you are going to have to make sacrifices. I'm going to have to make sacrifices. We may need to do things that we never dreamt that we'd have to do, you know, in order to pull this off. But I can't think of any other way. So if anyone can think of another way, because again, they've already got the financial prowess, and when you've got that amount of money, there are so many weak people that were purposely put into positions of power because they are weak or because they've got dirt on them, you know. And money talks. A lot of people are so easily corruptible by money, and I'm not one of them. I'm not one of them. I'll always, I don't hold back. I always tell the truth. And I've said, if they offered me £1 billion tomorrow to shut the fuck up, I would never take it, because it would go against my principles. Now, if you go against any of your principles, then they weren't principles to start off with. They were just an idea. If you've got strong principles, you need to live by them, and you need to be prepared to die by them. There's no compromise. As long as your principles are good, you know, and generally principles are, you know. I'm just going to top this up so I can keep decanting into my little wooden goblet, and then I'm going to drain the python, and I'll be back as soon as possible. So hang in there. Oh, you know. Louis. Oh my God, I'm bursting. You know, when you all of a sudden you just think, oh my, this is like that feeling of utter urgency. So the saying, the best things in life are free, right? And I think having a piss when you're desperate is right up there, you know. It's not as high as sex, but it is up there. And I know that some of you guys will already know this. But to anyone that doesn't, you can't sign up, right, to join the army and fight in an army unless you can vote you're at the age where you can vote, right? Now they're bringing the age to vote down to 16. Now, bringing the age to vote down to 16 means that when they bring in mandatory conscriptions, that will include 16-year-olds. You know, kids being sent into a meat grinder. Depopulation. War is a very, 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 very efficient way to bring down the population. Now, if anyone's thinking, oh, it would be mad, you know, to send 16-year-olds into war, you know, where's the moral standard on that, considering that the average human brain isn't fully developed until your mid to late 20s for men. Usually it's a little bit earlier for women, you know, early to mid 20s for most women. So at the age of 16, you're still a child. So sending children into war to almost guaranteed death. That is why they're bringing down the age of being able to vote. That's the reason. And when you try and think about the West, so Europe, you know, Europe includes Ukraine, you know, it does. Ukraine's part of Europe. Now they've the optimistic side of the amount of soldiers that have been killed, Ukrainian soldiers against Russia. The lenient end, right, is approximately 1.8 million people. So all of that's pretty much an entire generation wiped out in Ukraine. You know, the most corrupt country throughout Europe. But it's the governments of each country that are corrupt. It's not necessarily the people of the country, you know. So we've all, I don't know if you've seen any, but I've seen loads and loads and loads of footage of people being dragged off buses and bundled into vans, and then they're just sent onto the front line to be massacred. And there have been a lot of Ukrainian soldiers, right, that have just gone straight up, and they've just kind of walked towards the Russians, and they've been taken care of. They've been given food, you know, they've been looked after. You know, you don't hear any of that on the news, do you? $1.8 million people in Ukraine, you know, and now they're sending, like, you know, 60-year-old men, and considering conscripting women as well. Meat grinder, meat grinder, meat grinder, meat grinder. You know, it's one of the most sick, twisted. But it's not just Ukraine, you see. What's happening with Palestine? You know, Israel's bang out of order. I mean, that is a genocide. And any aid that tries to get in there, the aid is all for show, you know, because the aid is being provided by America and Israel combined, and then when it gets to where it needs to go, it's just being obliterated or sent back. You know, these people are starving to death. You know, it's an actual genocide. The world's in a mess. It's in such a fucking mess. I don't think it's ever been. Well, we don't know, because we can't trust history anymore. You know, what's true in our history books? What were we told at school is true, because it's just lies after lies after lies, and even now they are doing like a digital version of book burning, so that they're changing history now so that it will be completely manipulated for your grandkids. So they'll be in a position that we're in now, believing a history that never existed or was very different to what they're being told. We are the answer. We are the solution. And got to go. We'll finish stream tomorrow night, and take care, Terry, and everyone. I'm sorry if I missed you, mate. I do apologise. I go off on my little tangents, and I take my eye off the chat. So I hope I caught you in time, brother. If not, good night. God bless, and sleep well. So I know that I've said it a load of times, and I can imagine a few people probably switch off when I say this, but there really is a great awakening. There really is. That really is happening. It's a real thing, you know. And it's not just you know, the UK. It's global. It's a global phenomenon. I can't fucking help myself doing that. And I think that's one of the reasons why all of this is happening, because something's happening to humanity. And this has all just been some sort of mad, crazy build up to it, you know, to try and contain it, to try and control it, so that we don't pose as much of a threat to the people that are posing that much of a threat to us, you know. But always bear in mind that these people are they're of flesh and blood, right? They have the same vulnerabilities as we do. The only thing that they don't have that we have is a heart, you know? But even people with a heart, depending on the circumstance and the situation, can be heartless. But again, generally speaking, amongst good people, it's always justified, you know? Sal had a heart of solid 24 karat gold, right? Would never harm a fly. Just full of love. She was very pure. She was a pure woman, right? Very rare. And I remember one night saying what I would do in a certain situation. I won't get too graphic, right? And it was in our early days of our relationship, first couple of years. And she looked at me quite shocked. So then I turned around to her and I said, right, just do me this one favor, right? But I need you to really go with it, okay? And she said, yeah, okay. I said, right. Imagine that you'd gone round to Sarah's house, right? It was just an out of the blue visit. You were in the area anyway, you know, you just decided to turn up, right? The door was slightly open. You could hear Sarah screaming upstairs. And you went upstairs and you found Sarah being raped. And there was a hammer on the side. Would you or would you not cave that man's fucking skull in? And she said, yes, I would. And that's the purest of purists, you know? One of the most gentle women you could ever encounter in your life. There's a dark side to all of us, but it's how we use that darkness that matters, you know? Don't just be a cunt for the sake of being a cunt like they are, you know? We need to be the opposite of that, but sometimes we need to use their mentality, their rules, their laws, their rules of engagement against them. And if that means fill in the blanks, you know, we've got to get the job done. And I've noticed that no one came up with an alternative to a revolution, to civil war. Notice no one's mentioned an alternative in the chat. Nobody. And that's the point I'm trying to make. If that's their trap, Ukraine is just the weapons testing and training ground for the big one. World War III has already begun. I agree. Cyber wars with ports and airports going down, economical warfare and the tariffs, etc., etc. Yeah, it's all part of it. This is all part of the build-up, and it will build up and build up and build up and build up and build up. And then there's just going to be this fucking mad, crazy crescendo, right? Which will be civil war, right? So it will be a civil uprising of the people against the oppressors, right? Now, unfortunately, in a lot of cases, we've got something called the Stockholm syndrome, right? So there are a lot of people out there that need to be told what to do and will defend the lunacy. Look at these leftists that turn up. Yeah, they are government funded and they are government plants, but not all of the people that turn up realise that. They just think that they're doing something good, when they don't realise they're just being manipulated. These are the weakest of the minds of society, people that follow the extreme leftist agenda. And that to me is a form of the Stockholm syndrome, where you end up respecting the people that are causing you the most misery. But I think for the vast majority, or maybe I don't even know if it's going to be the vast. I don't know. We just don't know. We just don't know. This is uncharted territory. So, but I do think the majority of people will fight back. With impunity, it'll become tribal again, but it will be, and I'll tell you another thing as well. I don't think the flashpoint will start in England. I think the flashpoint will probably start in Poland, because at the moment, Poland is the only country that's managed to maintain its borders throughout Europe, whilst still being within the EU. So you've got, again, I'm shit with names. Is it Tusk? So he's been trying to, that's a lot of fucking border. That is a landlocked country. And that's another fucking irritating, annoying bastard element about this, is that we live on a group of islands. We've got ocean all around us. We've got seas all around us, and we've got maybe not the greatest and not the biggest navy in the world, but certainly big enough to be able to patrol our waters, So we should have a really, really good advantage, but we haven't, because the Navy and the RNLI are just following the orders. So Londonistan, people are calling it Londonistan, right? Paristan. You go through each and every single one of the capitals of each country in Europe, and you might as well add a stan to the end of it, right? Apart from Poland. Now, the Polish people are very, very, very passionate, I dated one, they're very traditional. They are staunch, solid fucking Catholics as well, They are a land of warriors. They are warriors. The Polish, they don't take any fucking shit. But then the British didn't either. But I think our fuse is a lot longer than most of the countries. Now, what's happening at the moment is Germany are nudging a lot of people that it's Ukraine, yeah, it's Ukraine. You take. Hold on, this guy doesn't speak Ukrainian and he's got one hell of a fucking tan, So Germany, which is again a big player in this mess, right, are pushing a lot of these illegal immigrants towards Poland. Now, Poland's already taken on a shitload of people from Ukraine, real Ukrainians. I mean, you know, they look like me. Which that's put a lot of pressure on their resources, their school system, their medical, you know, resources, the job market, you know, everything. It's put pressure on everything. And then they're trying to push people that aren't even from Europe into Poland as well. And the Polish are getting really fucked off. You can access webcams of Poland's capital, which has just eluded me. I fucking hate it when that happens, right? And all you'll see are Polish people out and about, you know, out. They've gone out. They're not just gone out for a drink. They've gone out. And that's all you'll see, because they've maintained their country's security. They've maintained their country's history, its traditions, its way of life. You know, there are people known as the Highlanders. Look it up. The Highlanders that live in the mountains of Poland, right? And that they are preppers. They're preppers. They just dress a bit funny, you know. But the Polish take no fucking shit, right? They will all rise up, and I believe that's where it'll start. I believe it will start in Poland, and then work its way across Europe, and the people of each country will stand up and start fighting back. But that's just a prediction based on patterns that I'm seeing emerging and things that I'm hearing people saying, and, you know, things like that. So it remains to be seen. It'll be interesting if I'm right, you know. One thing that pisses me off about me, and I mean this, is that I've been right about so many things. And it's uncomfortable for me, because I sometimes think that I need to just take time out from just thinking. And the fact that the vast majority of people don't understand me and just think I'm just some sort of lunatic when I'm not. The amount of times I've drawn a conclusion, like an educated conclusion on something, and I've been absolutely bang on. And over the last 5 years, I've probably never wanted to be, prior to the last sort of 5-6 years. I love being right. I love being right, you know. I love knowing that I'm right about something, going into debate with someone, because I love a debate. I fucking love debates, right? And proving to them that I am right and they're wrong. Sometimes there is no right and no wrong. There's just two different opinions on something, you know. But the vast majority of the time, I won't enter into a debate with someone unless I know I'm right, and then I'm like a dog with a bone. But over the last 5 years has been the only time in my 52 years of life where I just wished I was wrong. Just wished I was wrong so many times, because it starts to get lonely, you know, isolationist, because trying to explain it to, you know, my neighbours, impossible, because it's too much to put across to them. It's too much for them to comprehend, because they've not been on the journey that we're on. You might have a rough idea, but that's as far as it goes. Good night, Chelsea. I'm sorry if I yeah, thanks for just nipping in, you know. British tolerance is being mistaken for weakness. I agree with that, Michael. 100%. I think we've just got a very, very, very long fuse, but I think that when we pop, I think we pop louder than any other country in Europe, maybe even in the world, because, well, you'll see, because I think it's inevitable. Do I want civil war? No. Do I fuck? Do I want to start attacking people that aren't from here? No. Do I enjoy confrontation? Generally, no. Other than goons coming to my door, bailiffs, even the police, then yeah, I do, and I would enjoy that confrontation. I would. But the main reason behind that, it's got nothing to do with ego. It's got everything to do with sovereignty. That's it. Nobody has a fucking right to tell me what to do. Nobody has a fucking right to tell me that I owe money for this and I owe money for that. Or tell me anything. Tell me I can't swear. Tell me I can't say this, I can't say that. You know? Nobody has that right. Nobody. Because I'm sovereign. You know? I don't go around hurting people. I don't go around harming people in any way. So nobody's got any right to come to me and tell me what I can and can't do, can and can't say. Nobody. And nobody's got that right to do that to you either. You just need to realise it and just take a stand, you know? And once you've gone through a couple of battles and realised that you have natural law on your side and a bit of common law, you know, and you start to feel empowered, and that gives you momentum. Before you know it, you're a fucking steamroller, but in a good way, you know, protecting your community, protecting your neighbours, you know, even the dumb fuck ones that know nothing about nothing, you know, they're still your neighbours. And leading by example, I can't put that across enough. If you, the only thing that gets in the way of people leading by example is the fear of consequence. But if you know that if you're leading by example in a righteous way, in a truthful, honest, humble, genuine, righteous way, guided by the truth, then you shouldn't, and you won't fear consequences. You won't fear them. because they sort of don't exist. It's the only way I can explain it to you. I'm going to have this fag, and then I'm going to draw the I feel like I've done all the talking, but then I do anyway, you know, because all I've got is text to read in the chat, and there's no face-to-face communication. There's no tone of voice, no body language, no eye contact, nothing. You know, this is why I'm thinking of getting one of those, getting an extra phone and just getting a little bit of credit on it, and maybe having some sort of little mini call in, you know, so we can talk to each other properly. I think that would add another extra edge to what we are and what we're trying to achieve. Oh, and now I've got to leave it on a positive. This is a fucking story of my life. I've got a habit of making things really just creating like things to make things more difficult for myself, you know. Okay. Oh, a positive. Because there are plenty of positives, right? You know, I think some people have been following this channel for half a decade, you know, and some people for a few months, some people a few years. And I think you've gotten to know me well enough to know that I'm not a doom and gloomer, right? I see what some people would see as doom and gloom as I can throw a positive light on it. I can, again, silver linings are everywhere. They are everywhere. And hold on. Every positive has a negative and vice versa, you know? Now, they're still bringing unvetted people in their droves. And the vast majority of them are young men in their prime, horny as fuck, because blokes are, you know, blokes generally are sex orientated when it comes to women. And after scoring a goal, they then decide, I think this might be worth pursuing. And that's how a relationship, for most men, you know, that's how a relationship starts to evolve, because they then find that connection, personality connection, sometimes deeper, a spiritual connection with the person that they've just scored a goal with. You know, it's sad, but true. Okay. Now, so because men generally are very sex driven, and I'd just like to point out that I'm not a typical man in any sense of the word. Do I like sex? Of course I fucking do. I'm not stupid, you know. Do I still have a sex drive? Hell yeah, you know. But I don't waste it. I don't waste it, and I respect women. There's the difference. And so we've got all of these undocumented, young, virile, fighting age men coming into this country where none of the native women want to go anywhere near them, right? So they crave sex, and where they're from, if they crave sex, they'll just take it, because the authorities in their country are so fucking corrupt, because they're third world countries. They're backward. Now, for the first time since they've been arriving on our shores at the frequency that they've been arriving at our shores, now we're experiencing the first time where people are starting to congregate outside lots and lots of different hotels, which is going to keep those men contained within those hotels for as long as the people are standing outside, which would be, right, it's bedtime, let's go home. By then, it's bedtime for them, and there's no one else, there's no one out in the streets, you know? There are going to be some stupid people out there, some stupid women out there that are going to think, oh, I'm staying out, I'll be all right, I'll be fine. And then they go home, staggering home, pissed, you know, at midnight or 1 or 2 in the morning, and they're going to get caught out, possibly. But as I said earlier on, the more and more people that start congregating outside these hotels, the more other people from the same community are going to start noticing it, asking questions, and then joining. Before you know it, you've got whole communities involved, or at least know what's going on with these hotels and why, you know, the risks that they are posing on their communities. And that's starting to happen now for the first time. The police are going to be very stretched to the point where the people will be in control. And whatever their plan B is, we will have a plan B to counter that, because we are the 99%. So not only have we got the numbers, we've got that sense of individualism. You know, we're all individuals. We've also got a form of hive mind when it comes to the protection of our community from outside threats. So, and we're creative beings by, I was going to say evolution. I'm not having that. We are creative beings, and we are solution based, which is why we're at the top of the food chain, because we're smart. There are some questionable people out there that we would think, but I do believe that some people are too far gone. You know, there is no bringing them back. You know, the Stockholm syndrome, a lifetime of programming has just left them as a shell of a human being. Now, I know that anyone listening to this is not a shell, you know, and again, lead by example. People will notice. Realize that you are sovereign, and people will notice. They'll feel it. And before you know it, we will have taken our country back. Poland will have taken their country back. Sweden will have taken their country back. You know, but time is ticking, and it's against us at the moment, you know. But I've still got 100% faith that we can pull this off, 100%. But I've said right from the start, it's going to be messy, very, very messy. And there's going to be a lot of sacrifices, but we will win. We will win. But for now, we need to just keep observing, keeping our heads on a swivel, you know, and keep planting those seeds, you know, wherever you go. Just find a really, really passive way of mentioning something, you know. It all goes in, always, without exception. We're designed that way. So the fact that I'm not lying to you, we will win. I'm hoping that is positive enough to end this live stream on a positive. I might not be ending up with a joke or with a bit of laughter, you know, but I'm still ending it on a positive because we will win, right? It's a state of mind. The fact that we have to lead by example and without fear of consequence. Once you realize that you are sovereign without ego, people will see that, they'll feel that, and they'll respect that, and they'll adopt it. They will. So fear is extremely contagious, right? And the powers that shouldn't be knew that. They knew that. And that's why so many people got jabbed, right? But courage is 10 times more contagious than fear. So be that courage, be the change that you want to see, and people will follow. They might not necessarily follow you, but they'll follow, you know? Courage breeds courage. So on that note, I don't know if they're words of wisdom, Michael. They're just words, but words with sincerity and absolute self-belief, you know. But I still appreciate what you said there, mate. It's a very, very, very kind thing to say, you know. But I don't take compliments very well, you know. But just have faith in yourselves. Have faith in yourselves, and again, there's no way that they can win this in the end. There's no way. These people are psychopaths. They've got tunnel vision. They're blinkered. They're completely blinkered, right? And I've always said that the more we learn, the more we research, the broader our peripheral gets. And the broader our peripheral gets, the more we see, you know. They haven't got that ability. And that gives us an amazing edge. It does. One of many, you know. Anyway, bear that in mind, because it's the truth. It's the truth. So we'll shut it down, and again, as always, just thank you for spending your time with me, and just know that you're always appreciated. You really are, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. You know, thank you for just being part of this, especially moving forward. And just always remember, you're not alone. You're not alone, and you never were. So good night to you all. Sleep well. You know, just chill out. Chill out. Take every day as it comes. And much love to you all. And ciao for now.